Good morning. How you guys doing? No daily today. I had shit to do this morning, but looks like SPX 0 DT options right now are kind of pretty evenly split around where we're gonna open, which I think is a roughly 40-80. That's all. I think 40-88. Okay, whatever. SPX 40-90. Futures are back at 41.20, which is the lowest we've been since, what, 3 p.m. last Friday? It's around like 40.82-ish. Gamma Max? Or good morning. Good morning, everyone. Best daily ever. Nice. Jimmy still looks flat like pancake. Um, I don't, I don't see anything particularly interesting going on there. Um, Upstart. You're gonna have to give me a minute. Some people were saying they got assigned. Which I wish would happen to me. Uh, Free puts is kind of cool. Actually, paid puts? What is this bullshit? Is this not working? Ding ding. Yep. I'm trying to figure out why this isn't fucking working. There we go. Nope, I'm start getting the shit shorted out of it. So it looks like the slow bleed to revision has reversed. SPX. All right, cool. Dad, I'm down 11% on my NVIDIA pets. I feel like a real boy now. Congratulations, Bob. BTC got violent at pre-market open. Okay. I wish I got assigned. The SPX candle opened at 40.94.50. Fucking amazing stream card. Second only to the Sin City style one done a year ago. Top 3 fave. This is Jakoto's? Jakoto did this one. Nvidia to 0 by next week. It's a bit early. Gold's ripping still, which is cool. Not sure if this is telling me to... Futures seem to just be stuck at 41.20. We're probably not going to do much till the data starts coming out. Hey, big man, thoughts on AI stocks? Not fundamentals, just TA? You mean the one that tanked yesterday? Like just AI or C3 or whatever they're called? I don't know. I did pretty well the last time I sold bear spreads on this, but it's been a while. There's some pretty serious support at like the $20 level that may be gone now that people realize that all their income was dividends that they were paying themselves. That's a different gold position. I closed the other one. What's it gonna do? Maybe the data doesn't matter. Maybe we're just gonna go down. Dork, I'm having trust issues. Fucking futures, man. Biggest support ever at 41.20. Yeah, that's being a little bitch. That's like the 1.5 standard deviation VWAP. Or maybe it's 2. How do I have this? 1.25, actually. Shh, we will not fill the gap. Or we will. Oh, SPX CFD iBus 500. Oh, okay. Interesting. Good choice. I didn't think about looking at that on IBKR. Usually I go off like the pre-market contract price estimate, but sometimes it doesn't update. Or just take 30 away from ES. That only works when the contract's far enough out. The closer you get to expiration, the closer the prices get. Pushing it down Gen Librarians territory with that shush. It was a pretty good one. It's a lot of H's. 2 S's. Any thoughts on Fubo in general? The state of it now that it's been about a year since Pickle Jar was introduced to it. There's going to be about another year before they complete their plan for profitability. Also, it's been a little less than a year. I first read about it in August. It's getting close, though. Pretty slim chance of a bullish reaction to the data this morning. I have no idea. I don't know what the PMI numbers are going to be. Or what ADP is going to look like. Although, I'm not really sure ADP has a positive outcome. Did you see the earnings report date from Tesla? It's 4/19 and SLD and 2 days prior to OPEX. Now I'll have to buy my CCs back in 2 weeks instead of expiry. Yeah, Tesla's earnings the week after next. I saw. I don't have any cover calls out on Tesla. My shares are long gone. I got a side of my Upstart $15 buy right from last week. Interesting. $15 buy right. When did you write it for? For the 21st? Or for this Friday? If you wrote it for this Friday, that makes sense. You're very close to expiration. Would you average down on Express or wait to see what they plan to do? I kind of want to see if they're going to reverse split before I average down. I was listening to Kramer on CNBC coming home from daycare, and he said people should be buying Barrett Gold. Oh, fuck. Okay, whichever one of you is Kramer, get the fuck out of my Discord. Okay? Stop cursing my stocks with your mouth. Did my 1450 no get assigned? And some retail loser buy it. It sounds like it, dork. Get fucked. Half Squad has your contract. I did the Pickles Pick play for 421. I held 2 days. Maybe someone needed the shares to short. I mean, I really wish I could get assigned on it. That would be fucking awesome. Then I'd have like 200 free puts. I had 3 contracts, 2 got assigned. What the fuck is everyone getting their Upstart contracts assigned? My counterparty sucks. Get wrecked. 9 months and I finally figure out how to use this cool chat thing. Will you say some mean things about NVIDIA? I've heard rumors that Google's AI supercomputers And large language models not only crank harder, but they crank harder with less power. So each crank of their soft goods is more efficient. I don't know if that's true, but it's very compelling. Also, the company that everyone thought was killing it on AI has in fact been paying themselves. Good morning, bud. What was the conversation you were saying for buying back cover calls? If you're up more than 50% with less than 50% to go, yeah. How are those trust issues now? Still shaky. Hmm. Thank you, Arnold and John D. Rockefeller. I appreciate it, guys. Nesquick, if price starts to fall below GEX, could we see continued sell-off on SPX? Also, when PMI 10 a.m.? Yeah. Yeah, if GEX flips negative, then yeah, we could see a persistent sell-off. We could really move today if the data is shitty. Are you currently holding any Upstart calls? I have synthetic longs at $20 for Jan 2024, and then I have like half my shares I'm not selling CCs on, and the other half that I've sold CCs on. Some of them are at 16. I have them sold at like 16, 15, 14, 13. I don't think I've been assigned on anything yet. I'll have to check though. We got data out now at 9:45. We should have ADP and ADP is out this morning, right? S&P Global Composite, right? So S&P Global final up, revised up 5.23 versus the previous 5.10. And global services 52.6 versus the previous 50.6. So yeah, still looking at a lot of expansion in composite and global services, which would normally be bullish if the Fed wasn't trying to stop that shit. Gherk, you forgot to sell Fubo CCs at market open since you tried it closed last night. I know. It's okay. Let's see what positioning's starting to look like. It was fairly neutral before. A little bit of support at 4090 is kind of holding up. Probably waiting for the ISM numbers. Weaker, though. But interest is starting to build a little. Sub 4090. Okay. Zero DTE heavily put favored, 1.43 put to call volume ratio. So maybe we fill the gap here before the numbers come out. We got 12 minutes. I think I'm gonna wait on this gap fill. Modify. I could take a small loss on this. Where's GN for Nvidia? It's still low. I think we're still pretty far away from it. 1 second. $260. So we're still about $6 away. Have you adjusted your PT or time horizon? No? My PT's roughly the same. I mean, maybe like a few cents lower due to the dilution, but my time horizon's still 2025, which is in line with the management's window for profitability. If they succeed, then awesome. If they don't, well. So far, I think they've been doing pretty well, despite their share price. Japanese chip making export control slated to take effect. Interesting. Are you still holding Tesla calls? I only have puts. I never got calls. Tesla opened real low yesterday. Most boring market open ever. 60-cent chop channel on the SPY. Well, the data's not out yet, that's why. Data in 9 minutes. Thank you, Gurk, for training us to trust our thesis by buying lots of theta. My NVIDIA puts are now negative 10% versus negative 25% yesterday. Congratulations, man. That's awesome. Super cool. Not that the correlation is causation, but 310 for NVIDIA looks very similar to where we are now. And it went sky high after that, no? You mean after earnings? No, the data's still not out yet. How likely is SPX and NASDAQ to rebound up for the data next week and SLD in a week or two? We'll see. I mean, I don't think long-term call positioning on like SPX looks very positive right now. It's kind of been selling off a bunch over the last few days. NVIDIA, same like Braveheart, but will eventually die a noble death. I'd prefer if it was drawn and quartered. Survive the clown rally and NVIDIA torture run with only 15% loss on my report that is quickly recovering. If it weren't for your advice over these months, it'd be a much higher loss. Thank you as always. Thanks, all or nothing. I appreciate it. Thoughts on Marvel? I don't know if I really have any. Are they doing anything? It doesn't look very good. Like long term? I don't know that much about them. Services PMI lower than expectations. That was a main driver of inflation in Jan and Feb. Services PMI lower than expectations, but higher than the previous print. So it doesn't really matter if it's lower than what people expected it to go up to if it's still up, right? Yeah, services PMI is still expanding. Now oil gonna drive inflation. Yeah, probably if it continues to stay up. Is this MOASS? I don't think so. Gap's already filled. Oil is going to $100 a barrel, and ZOM is going to 130. Oh, sure, we'll fill upside gaps into a problem, but we need to fill downside gaps? Nothing. Clowns. There's plenty of downside gaps to fill. SPX 0DT 4100 lose value so fast on a small downtick, it loses 50 cents. What, a 4100C? It's probably because, I mean, you bought it. You bought it high. It's got a lot of delta. It's like point five delta, right? It's pretty, it should be pretty sensitive to the price. Do you think all the super stackers, they're hoping for the world economy to crash to pay out their GME shares? Are we disappointed when we go to $10? Maybe. I don't know if we're going to $10, although we already are at kind of a low price with a lot of time to go. Upstart run just a liquidity grab? It's just got super positive beta. It's very illiquid. GME at $10 would be amazing for a long investment perspective. Yeah, it actually isn't bad at all. $10 and institutions probably start buying GME, so I'm not sure that's a price we're gonna see. Netflix dropping today. I know. Are you gonna fill the gaps in the 1987 crash? That'd be cool. I'd be okay with filling the gaps from the COVID crash. Well, Fubo is kind of flatlined at $1 for weeks. All right. It's slightly above $1. You can make money on it. You can always sell short strangles. Had some calls this morning and missed the updates. Looks like data was bullish this morning. No. Services PMI expanding, which is not great for inflation. Nope. ISM, non-manufacturing down, non-manufacturing employment down. PMI is actually barely down, but it's down a little bit from the previous print. Not exceptionally so. Definitely not. We're still not as low as we were in October or December. But still expansionary, slightly. And employment is also expanding. Oh, that was a whole lot of waiting for not a lot of information. Cool. How about options data? Probably a little soon to tell. Put side is getting significantly more robust. Put call volume ratio is 1.64 now. up from 1.43 like 15 minutes ago. So a lot of put volume flooding in. There's no way to tell if that's sold or not. Not a lot of changes on the long-term stuff. I guess like 40.55 down through 40.25 has gotten like significantly more bearish, but those defensive positions that they put up last night at like 40.70, 40.60, 40.65 is broken down, but 40.70 and 40.60 are still there. Gamma flip point at 40.77. I don't think that the news looks particularly bullish. I mean, services sector is still expanding, which is bad for inflation, obviously. Although these aren't general services. Employment's still expanding in the non-manufacturing sector, which is definitely bad for the Fed. And there's still economic expansion on the composite and the non-manufacturing, so definitely nothing that the Fed wants to see. Even more so when you consider that oil's up. Have you had your coffee? I had some coffee while I was out this morning. Although it was weak. It didn't do it for me. You know what I mean? So what does the data mean? Bullish, bearish, kangarooish? I mean, it's moderately bearish. MicroStrategy has acquired an additional 1,045 BTC for 29.3 million. Man, he really can't buy the dip, can he? Top is in for BTC. Time to short. What would bullish macro data even look like? The market gets hung up. Contraction would be more bullish than expansion. We want to see the economy contract so inflation goes down. We don't want inflation to go down so far that we hit deflation. But you know, in a deflationary environment, if you know inflation were to drop below 2%, the Fed can do QE. So another 25 BPS rate hike. I mean, they were going to do that anyway. Thoughts on Netflix? I'm short Netflix right now. Not heavily, but I have a position. I have a hard time believing the market cares about any of this data. The economy's still fucked. Nothing has changed in the past 3 months. You know, the market cares, but it doesn't necessarily understand. Like, it knows the data is important, but not all the participants know what the fuck the data means. Like, people running mutual funds and, like, you know, 60-40 funds and shit, they're not like macroeconomic analysts, right? They're just like, oh, I think that number is good, I'll buy shit. Everyone thinks that everyone working on Wall Street is like fucking Matt Damon in that movie. It's not. I can't remember the name of the movie. Jesus Christ. The Jason Bourne movies? Sure. Yeah, Matt Damon and the Wolf of Wall Street. Mhm. Oh shit, this like doubled in value? Matt Damon and FTX ad? Perfect. The movie is Good Will Hunting. I know that. Enough people have said it. It's very early in the day, alright. Really? Well, look at that. You son of a bitch. Sneaky. Sneaky, sneaky stop loss hunt. Guess I'll just have to buy another put. How are you feeling about the FSLR play? I haven't looked at it in days. Hold on. Pretty good. It's down at 203 from 217. Ooh. I have 210 puts. Hold on. I should put stops on those. %? Should put stops on the 205s too. Fuck off. Care about your new data product. Oh, look at you all hating me less than last Friday. Mm-hmm. Fuck you. Okay. My MSFT Damon 280p safe, they're May 19th. I feel like you have a lot of time, man. I only hate you when I mismanage my own trades. I know. This is gonna bounce again. 4090, one more 4090 test. Which means I want to buy 4080 zero DTs, but I want to buy them for $5.80. How are those funds not settled? Hmm. May have missed my chance. Buy it for 6. Looks like we're going 475. Bum, 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 bum. There we go. Okay. Can you get one of those God candles like they do on Green Days, except on the downside? Maybe. Could we see 4030 today? It's not impossible. That's on Apple 150 May 19 puts. Also, I love you. I hate shorting Apple because it's boring. And no one ever wants to sell it. You're a bit far out of the money. I'm not saying they won't print, but they're probably not. It's going to take a long time for them to get in the money, and you're going to be bleeding theta the whole time. You may want to be closer to the money so that you go in the money and you can stay in the position longer. Especially something that moves so slowly to the downside. Could you buy a few more puts and spice up the VIX for me a bit? Thanks. Boom. You're welcome. VIX needs to go back to 30. This time, no bear song, so it'll keep going to 80. Cash App founder stabbed to death. Damn. Am I in the hospital? I'm in the hospital with my brother. I'm sorry to hear that. Doctor walked in right when I was buying 4080 DT. When it was at 4090. Doctor owes me now? You should send him a bill. How do I watch futures live on WeBull? You can't. Over 1 million volume in less than an hour. Is someone selling GME? I don't know. Maybe. Literally every actively managed mutual and mutual fund and ETF. Where can I watch futures live? I think the easiest route to watching them for free is probably either opening like a TDA account or IBKR, or get Trading View and get like the CBOE E-mini data. If NVIDIA tanks, is QQQ going to 0? No. I don't really understand the weighting, but it seems reasonable. I can see that. No, it's not going to zero. Even if NVIDIA went bankrupt, the QQQ would still exist. Bookmax streams on YouTube, 2 to 4 second delay. That's a lot of fucking delay for futures if you're trying to trade them. Also, fuck Bookmap. How ironic if it was contract killing paid for with Cash App, which was one of the short cases in that SQ piece. So you think someone used Cash App to pay for a contract hit? Do you crew futures on your phone all night or disconnect from all things market related at 4? It depends. Sometimes I play futures. Sometimes I just try to get away from the market for a couple hours. Or I go and ship hist in the Discord. Really depends on how I'm feeling that day. Sup, Gurk Barry here. What's up, Barry? Let's go tickle the tip of SPX Delta Neutral. It'll be fun, I promise. I don't see how it could be anything but fun. Ooh. Things are getting more bearish. That's what I like to see. It'd be really cool if we filled that downside gap at 40.60. Maybe also that one at 40.30. Is that one tiny? It is. But then we could also fill the one at 4,000. Let's fill all three. I want to fill all three. Good, good. Let the bear flow through you. It's gonna be a little bit slow. The call side's still pulling back, and there's quite a lot of it. I don't think we're just gonna drop like a rock. Zero DTE gamma is negative, though. Pretty decently. 1.3 billion. Still holding the call side of the straddle. Did I get stopped out? No, it looks like I got stopped out. Nope, no call side of the straddle. Huh, I thought I set it a little bit wider, but I didn't. I got 616 150p for Apple due to the things you said about it earlier. Oh, okay, yeah. Getting a lot of time on those tends to be better. I've made on the short side of Apple, I've actually made my best returns getting like way the fuck out of the money put leaps. Just because they don't get hit with the decay as much. Current position on SPX, do you think it just dump into CPI and PPI next week before SLD, or could it run into and then sell off? I'm looking for adding some more long-term put opportunities if we don't get one. Thanks. I mean, it could just dump into CPI, PPI. I would imagine that we'll stabilize if we do dump off into the rest of this week. we'd probably stabilize somewhere in like the 4,000 range. Had a couple NVIDIA 280p yesterday. I sold for 40% profit. Today was like 200%. Fuck my life. But I made money on the other lower strikes too. Barely because I bought them last week. Well, it's still going down, right? How much longer I gotta wait on this? Slow. Jimmy sub 20 this week. What are the chances we see 16 by end of next week? It's a bit of a stretch in 1 week. Maybe 16 by like maybe like 17 by like April OPEX. BMG. Yeah, I wouldn't, 15, 16, that requires like an actual push. We may not see one this early. At least not until that arbitrage is finally resolved and stuff. What's gold doing? Yeah, wait. $40.93. God, I fucking hate this range. There's so much downside resistance here. Cat holding the 215 support. All right. Yeah, I saw your clip. Okay. Thanks, BMG and Steve. I kept SPY 408 5 DTs overnight. They're up. Smart to roll out of the money and 1 DT till end of day before switching back for tonight. SPY 408 5 DTs overnight. I mean, you could roll them out further, I guess, if you want to. Like, what are you targeting? Like, until 1 DT till end of day? So you wanna roll them forward? Do you think there's a significant amount of obligations being built up on either Upstart or GME? I think GME might have gotten some post earnings and at earnings. Upstart probably. I mean, Upstart's kind of always building obligations. That thing fails like an obscene amount of its volume. I'm trying to get 100% gains on these puts and then turning that into more shares. Oh, okay, nice. I have like I have puts on GME too, like 24. Few at 25. The 25 was kind of overpriced. Um the next potential for GME upside is ETF FTDs on Monday. They're shit though. Like the ETF FTDs for this period are not very good. Didn't Carl put the fucking chart in chat? GME. That Fubo. Where's GME? I'm sorry, GME. Those are standard FTDs. Where the fuck are the ETF FTDs? GME ETF FTDs. Yeah, they're awful. They're all like sub 500,000, except for the 12th. The 12th is like 540,000. They're really, really low. We don't have like a big ETF FTD date till May 1st. And that's 1.3 million. Hey, look, Futures is fucking finally failing VWAP. Dump it. Yeah, no, fuck the 4112 resistance. Just drop, you piece of shit. Who the fuck is buying this thing? It's worthless. Campbell's releasing spicy SpaghettiOs. Ew. That's fucking disgusting. Foxconn reported March sales down 21%. Quarter two outlook lower, bullish for Apple. I have a few 51920s, which if I double my money on them, I'll be able to buy a couple hundred more shares. I sold some June 2025 calls for essentially a loan, and I'm just building capital. Okay. Um, Interesting. Alright, is this finally gonna break down now? It's a classic circus market trick, catching a falling knife. Nvidia might bounce at gamma neutral too. Jimmy back at 15 would be awesome. I have faith. I don't think it's out of the question. It's not ETF FTDs. What were you saying about Jimmy building obligations around the earnings pump? I mean, we don't have the FTDs for that period yet, but those wouldn't be realized until May anyway. That's on next week. Upside for Jimmy moving forward. Maybe leading up to next earnings. May OPEX will be the next time I really look to anything interesting happening. What news? Jimmy gonna make a surprise announcement in the Wall Street Journal? Still brick and mortar retailer selling used games, not embracing their pawn shop-esque abilities. Don't forget about the Funkos. Oh yeah. Nvidia's GN. Yeah, it's like 265, did I say? I don't remember. Hold on. 260. Next critical breaking GME news. We have more JPEGs for sale on the NFT store. Mr. Flags, thank you so much, man. Was there market data today? Non-farm or something? PMI and the ADP changes. I can't believe people collect Funkos. Didn't they learn their lesson with Beanie Babies? No. Jesus Christ, this repositioning is so fucking slow. Someone's buying a shitload of the 4100 strike. Is that actually going to sell off? It looks good. Or maybe they're selling them. Yeah, they could be selling them. They're selling puts, I bet. Kind of looks like they're selling calls. Hey Gorg, is zero DTs a good idea today? I have a few. I had one earlier that did okay. I bought a couple more. They're at zero, so I can't really speak to the quality of them. They're the same price I bought them for. How far would you let a strike out in the money before repositioning and taking profits? Example, NVIDIA 721's 260p. Reposition down to 230p when it gets to 240. You could. Generally speaking, like 0.6, 0.7 delta, it really starts to fall off. I've been getting Gherk levels of sleep for the last few weeks. How are you not walking around like a zombie every day? I truly hate my life right now. I don't know. I'm used to it, I guess. It is being bearish on GME, what the cool kids are doing. It's not about being bearish on GME. It's just realistic. Unless you have billions of dollars and you can turn the price action around, then, you know, I am going to succumb to what the people with billions of dollars are doing to the price of the stock. Make money on that, and then I can buy more of the stock. Over time, increasing my bullishness by not being a fucking idiot in the near term, right? The new 06/2023 JPM collar is short 43.20, long 38.85, short 32.80. Does it mean JPMs thinks the market will be somewhere between 38.85 and 32.80 by the end of 6/2023? Could you please explain? Yeah, they open a collar 3.5 to 5.5% from spot on the day that they open the collar, which is the end of the quarter. There's no thought, there's no strategy there. It's simply open a multi-billion-dollar collar, sit on it. If it goes up, you hedge with futures, right? If it goes down, you make money on your puts. If it stays flat, you make money on your sold puts and sold calls. Over time, guaranteeing a return of, what the fuck is it, 5% on that fund? Spot is just literally whatever SPX is trading at the day they place the collar. It'd be cool if someone does a short report on NVIDIA. Yeah, I could do that right now. Revenues are down 56% year over year. EPS is down 33%. Inventories are up 25%. So they're not making money, and no one's buying their new shit. Boom. Short report. Hey, Greg, thoughts on QQQ? What about it? Down? Down, same like rest? None of them fucking make any money. I have a weird feeling that SPX is about to free fall to like 40.75. It's starting to look like it. It's got some nice momentums. Also, ES is breaking down below 4112, which is a really important resistance historically. If it actually fucking breaks down instead of just chopping at 4112 for the next 4 hours, that would be super cool. You have to do a Twitter announcement? We all have to load puts the day prior. Uh, Best short report ever. I'm confident NVIDIA is going to zero next week. Hey Greg, I would ask about your thoughts on QQQ, but first I want to say you're a QQQT. Oh, Jesus fucking Christ. VIX futures up to 21. Awesome. VIX still not at 20. Ooh, money. Ten months of learning, lost money, made money, paid off all my debt, and now just cruising. Thanks to the teachings. Thanks, Ralph. I appreciate it, man. Congratulations. When, how, MOASS? Good question. I don't know. So article made it sound more significant than it actually was. You're right. Probably. Usually that's what articles are designed to do, right? Thoughts on the gamma float being the same as your border between red and orange zones? Anything peculiar? No, I mean, it's just that was like a key options level, and the gamma flip just kind of ended up there, right? And earlier in the week, gamma flip was much higher. It was at like 40.90 when we were trading up at like 41.20. But you didn't answer the question. There's no MOASS on Halliburton. Does anything surprise you more about this stream than the number of simps you've created? That's an interesting one, I suppose. That happens in real life when you manage a fund too. And you make people money. They do shit like buy you boats. I get $3 ko-fis. Jacksex. Remember we were all eating good and fucking NVIDIA? 5-6 people like the gangbang. I have no idea what the fuck you're talking about. Is this gonna continue being bearish? I'm just gonna take profits here. Or I'm not. Am I jar for your boat purchase? Thanks, boat contributor. I forgot to like the stream. I'm so sorry. It's okay, DVS. I forgive you. Won't oil get capped eventually? I mean, it's not even that expensive yet. Just wait. NVIDIA puts are green? I've never experienced this. What do I do? Take profits or reinvest to better my Dan services? I don't give a shit what you do. Petition for a boat name, Dildo. Selling $12 CSPs a month out on Upstart, a dumb idea here? Not necessarily. You might not get assigned if you want to be assigned. Pork continues to grow thanks to my senpai. Here's your 0.1% for the day. Thank you, Tithe. Thank you so much, Chaku. I appreciate it. I'm here for one message to call you a shill. Shill. Thanks, Carl. You're a shill too. Where do you see Ivy 30 on Jimmy settling in the coming period? I don't know, maybe around like 60, 70? The fucking long call interest is super low. Is Halliburton and Big Oil trying to create a full-scale war? No. Are we still holding April 3850s? Yeah. What about it? Are you losing limit sells on the 4075s instead of stops? I had a profit limit for them? Also, I think this can bounce soon. Like once we hit 4075. And I don't want to get caught in a fucking massive uptick. Great. Now I'm down another $3. I'm sorry to hear that, Pooh Bear. I think I'm learning. I just need 68% on one GTE puts. Also, I didn't immediately take the proceeds and drop them into stuff like I normally do. Nice. So we're going to tickle the tip of DN, then boom, huge future buys, market rally, bulls back in town. Well, VIX just tested 20. So yeah, I think we'll bounce. And that's why I closed the 4075 0 DTEs. Started out as a joke, but is anyone else getting Iraqi freedom vibes now? Russia has some of the largest oil deposits in the world. We invade Russia. Big oil gets control of their oil. And we make big money. Am I missing something here? Nuclear war. You're forgetting about the potential for nuclear war. The difference with Iraq was they didn't have any fucking nukes, right? I mean, we said they did, but they didn't actually. Radioactive oil is like 117 octane. Also, Russia doesn't have like great oil, right? Their oil is just like mediocre. But lots of mediocre oil? That's true. Chances we break the gamma flip instead of bounce. Well, we already did the bounce part. We can go down more, but we're starting to get like into slightly oversold territory here for the day. Unless there's some serious capitulation. We're already below like the 0 DTE gamma flip point. We need to break 4060, I think, to see any more significant downside. Yeah. 4060, 4070, 4060. There's a pretty decent amount of interest at 4050 right now, which doesn't look terrible. There's probably a okay put entry, not yet, but soon. But then I think we get a little bullish after that. A pullback for puts to reposition. These are doing well. What's on Intel? It's fucking overpriced still. Can we take a moment to congratulate all the C-level execs that sold the top on Apple yesterday? I'm really happy for Tim. Yeah, absolutely. Congratulations, Apple people, for keeping your company worth money, even though your cash flows are way the fuck down. I'm expecting some decent capitulation before end of day tomorrow, with calls not going to hold over the weekend. What are your thoughts on tomorrow? I expect everything to get straddled. If we fall to the 40-50 level, like everything's just gonna get straddled up into the weekend. Well, if we're gonna get a big drop, we're gonna get it soon. So, 2. Good price. For Big Green Pickle Boat, if you survive the nuclear war, thank you so much, Lionzilla. I appreciate it, man. Is the plural of anuses or ani? Anuses? Anus might just be a plural. Actually. Like, look at all those anus. And newly? Ani. Really, the Latin? I don't think the Latin pluralization is appropriate here. Has NVIDIA hit the top already? Probably. Holding my 4-6 puts that are up 170% overnight tonight is just greedy. It's pretty fucking greedy. Thoughts on highly anticipated Bobby earnings? Spirit Halloween partnership, maybe? But there are no highly anticipated. What are you talking about? Who gives a fuck about Bobby's earnings? Assuming that Russia wants Ukraine for anything other than their agricultural advantage, I don't think Putin would do it because it would ensure the destruction of his country. Alright, I made these trades today. All three were 30% profitable, but I suck at trading, so I sucked out 25 BPS of profit, winning. Congratulations, Dork, you've done it. I couldn't be more proud. I think the Bobby Spirit of Halloween thing was supposed to be a joke about them going out of business. Oh, maybe. Probably. And the video puts are up 20%. Unbelievable. Nice. I really need a video to hold 230 through tomorrow. Ukraine has a large production of the world's steel, where they refine it for the most part in the regions that Russia was occupying. Huh. Because spirit stores pop up in empty retail space. I get the joke now. Are you nervous? About what? No? Yeah, I know FSLR is looking good. It's looking so good, people are bound to chase it, and then it'll bounce. They'll be like, ah, what the fuck? 4,000 end of day tomorrow? It's not impossible. It's unlikely, but it's not impossible. A nuclear bomb would render those fields useless for years. I mean, they could just scrape off the topsoil, right? It's not the first time the Ukrainians had to do that. Too soon? No. Chernobyl jokes are fitting. With the Rev announcement, why is the stock still trading at 0.14C? When all the shares will be wiped out by the delisting. There's like a 4-day period for an appeal. Yeah. I think it gets suppressed under $20 on the VIX. I think there's a pretty strong interest in us not falling below the gamma flip point. But I think we're going to anyway. Yeah, I think you can just use like the search bar right now. I made a TV show about it. The fact that nobody lives in that region to this day is a testament to how scraping the topsoil probably isn't enough. Yeah, but that was also a nuclear reactor meltdown, not a nuclear bomb. A nuclear bomb would be worse. I don't think it irradiates for as long a period of time. Why is everyone in chat freaking out right now? I mean, the Japanese were building back like Hiroshima and Nagasaki like fucking months after the bombs went off. Was that a great idea? Probably not. But it's just trying to teach us that every trade isn't a lotto ticket. I've been better about setting stops and realizing 10, 30% profit. Missing out 100% is better than losing it all. Yep. Sometimes you get 100%. Sometimes shit just runs and you make money and it's great, but not every time, right? Sometimes you close out and then it runs without you, but shit happens. So I have 404 is bottom for the day, below 400 tomorrow. Nuclear bombs vaporize fissile material and disperse it. Meltdowns like Pripyat are steam explosions that throw fissile material bits and pieces into the environment. Yeah, I mean, it's also significantly more material in a nuclear meltdown than in a nuclear bomb, right? It's not as highly refined, but yeah, I mean, like Chernobyl exploded and threw like massive chunks of fucking uranium all over the countryside. And then had a giant smoldering pile of uranium burning and releasing smoke for like months on end. Whereas like a nuclear bomb's literally over in a flash. I'm a nuclear bomb, Greg. Can you blast me? Besides being top-notch stock traders, our cult is now nuclear war theorists. We're just discussing the recovery period if a nuclear war were to happen. That seems I mean, if a nuclear war happens, are we not going to speculate on it? Shouldn't we be prepared? Even though it's highly unlikely? Hey, Gurk, do you have puts on FSLR? If so, how far out? My furthest dated ones are for January. But most of them are for September, like September and June. I have some closer dated ones at like 210 and 205. Those are for May. I think I think that's it. So like May, June, September is the majority of them, and then I have a few in January that are kind of out of the money. Do you think the Nvidia drop is short-lived? I hope not. It's a big old piece of shit. So Gork, you weren't even alive when Chernobyl happened. You're rad free. Awesome. Crypto, if nuclear war happens, I'm gonna buy the dip so hard it'll either bounce back and I'll be rich, or the world will end and it won't matter. I saw that Wall Street Bets post too. Ah man, the polar ice caps are melting and methane is being released to the North Pole at frightening rates, which could kick off moist greenhouse and kill us all. Time to buy Zom. Hey man, Zom's really focused on carbon capture over the next couple quarters. Okay. They're getting ready to do their part for the global warming they forgot to tell people about in the 70s before they get sued. The whole discussion about nuclear war is about how sticking its fat, veiny cock in those Russian oil reserves and making us big, big money. Nothing more, nothing less. Listen, Hal's not sticking their fat, veiny drill bits in anything besides newly opened U.S. oil wells. We're bringing it all home, all the industry, all the oil for us, America. Took 50% profit on some CCs I sold yesterday. Nice. No problem, man. Congratulations, Bluefire. All right, time to slowly melt up for the rest of the day until VIX is at 10. I fucking hope not. Do, do, do. Do. They're just gonna sell 4060, 4075 literally all day. Probably. What is the options position in the video looking like these days? 270s starting to sell off any? Some of them sold off like last week. I'm sure some sold off today. You should see the volatility on MSTR. So like $18 notional intraday. I know this. I trade MSTR pretty often. I was probably the one that told you about trading MSTR. If you have CCs that already captured 80% of its value, but you have 15 days until expiry, do you keep them to expiration or buy back to reposition elsewhere? I mean, you can keep them if you want to, but if you have something better that you can do with your money, you could consider that as well. I'm well aware of a company called Cat. Where do you watch option flow? We get our own data. Hey Gherk, have you heard of Fubo? It's been trading for around $1 for the last week. Yeah, I know about it. OI update on SPX? Are there many calls left to support a bounce much higher? Waiting to reposition on outs, but skittish where we retest to? I mean, we can move up as high as like 30.90, 40.90 rather. There's plenty of calls. To be fair, I found MSTR online when searching for Bitcoin short opportunities. I hadn't seen it on the stream yet. Really? The entire company is Bitcoin. It seems kind of obvious. No, MSTR not like Microsoft. Do defense stocks fall pretty hard in a market down? Like ITA? Seems like decent investment in times like these for a boomer account. I mean, they're considered like a defensive buy. They tend to do well in when there's war, which we do a pretty good job of ensuring almost always exists. There we go. Now fail. Holy fuck, the volume's like completely disappeared. No, no one's getting nuked. This is also not OPEX. No problem, Tim. The DOE project on super low dose radiation being built in a mine and trying to find the metal to make the fume hoods and things needed scrap from the 30s and 40s? Is this OPEC? What? Could Express go lower? Yeah, potentially. No, my apartment building has a fallout shelter, I think. Most of the most of the buildings built in like the 50s, 60s, and 70s have uh like fallout shelters in the basement. They're usually packed full of shit and like not operable, but asbestos. Yeah, that's probably a concern. Oh, this is boring. I think this double bottoms at like 40.75. To the point where you knew were at least very confident you could trade for a living. Couple years. We both frozen again for SPX price. Is it? I wasn't looking at it. Um, SPX might not double bottom. It also might. These are getting slightly more bullish here. Ugh. Can I just move this? Hmm. What's VIX doing? Gold's coming back up. That's not even the right. Get the fuck out of here. I need to get a better computer. Is the cat lady still your neighbor? Yeah, she's doing fine. She's in therapy right now. Saudi Arabia to increase light oil by 30% per barrel to Asia for May this year. Interesting. Any advice for fills with bear call spreads? I've been using Tasty Trade. Order seems to need to be very skewed to the bid. Hard to get good entry. Thanks. Um, for bear spreads, I guess it depends on what you're selling them on. I'm not getting a Dell. I still need the video puts at the bottom. I'm waiting to reposition and buy spy puts. I don't care, but I'm learning. I love you. Thank you for being kind and patient. Neither of those things. QL QD ultra wide height Y60 case RTX 4090. I'm not getting a 4090. 3950 X3D. That I want. Or the 7950 3D. Started inversing the direction of my play to 0 DTs on SPY. That port is up 42% in 3 days. Congratulations. Micro Center fixed up my Acer for cheap too. Made it real nice. Will NVIDIA finally roll over if it breaks down below 260? I have a 3080 Ti, and I have no intention of playing any game that's going to need that for quite some time. Yes, failing the retest of 4112. But with support at 4105. Oh, that's annoying. I'd much rather it bounces off 4097. Oh, still more room to move down. Boring. I should probably buy some 40, 80 call. 4085. Too soon? Yeah, too soon. You could train some AI language models to argue with chat if you got a beefier computer. How'd Diablo run on your 3080? Fine. I mean, the servers were shit, but the game ran okay. I was out the last 2 days, so Revlon is out of bankruptcy? Not in a positive way. Well, not for you. Great for them. I knew this channel was only to boost your viewership, so you can go pro at Street Fighter 6 in June. You know me so well. I'm actually pretty stoked for that to come out. Oh, shorter time frame though. There's resistance there. Is that just gonna also fail? Got some futures volume though. Hmm. Interesting. I don't know who I'm gonna main. I don't really know that much about the game yet. Video games don't hit like they used to for some reason. Yeah, I know how you feel. Gord gonna oversleep every market open day for a week when that comes out? Probably. When Jimmy do another show you can. Maybe in May. Thanks for your endless patience with our questions over the years, brother. It's taken a long time to learn the basics and become consistently profitable while passively listening and working, but I've arrived. Take profits, use stops, be patient, stay golden, Gherky boy. Congratulations, Rhino. That's fucking awesome, man. I'm really glad to hear it. I played Killer Instinct. I didn't like it very much. I hate this goddamn clown market. Maybe I overheld that. Well, I probably should have put a stop. I kind of don't trust this, though. Where can this go? Yeah, 4100. Let's go by 4090s, but it seems too soon. Yeah, still too soon. 4085 is resistance. 4090 isn't. 4095 is also resistance. Uh, hmm. What time is it? It's 11. It's only 11? Hmm. Morning, Ding. No, I don't like Mortal Kombat. I mean, I played it when I was like a kid, but I don't like it. QQQ 4-hour touching ascending trend line for March 13th bottom. Yes. Testing 4112. See if that pulls back to 105. Or if it continues. I should buy the calls now, just in case. Not quite yet. SPX almost at resistance, though. Close. Stop. Hmm. Could just hold those. Average them down later. Pick up the calls now. 2. VIX back at 1950. Why is SF better than MK? I don't like either. Curious is the difference. I just don't like Mortal Kombat. I don't like the mechanics. I don't think it's as good a game. Do you think SPX could drop to fill the gap at 4051, 4056? I mean, how long of a time frame? Today? Maybe not. Diablo 4 is not out yet. What will the market do when they appoint someone to take JPow's place? I mean, they haven't done that yet. They probably won't anytime soon either. PT Netflix 327-ish. I don't know. I have a while. Right now the downside resistance is like 330 333, and then after that I'm targeting 325.15. Call buying. Call buying's not really moving up a lot now. Let's see what the further dated shit's starting to look like. All right. Still a lot of call selling going on. The market will shit itself if they remove JPow. Probably. I mean, they're not going to remove him anyway, right? Because they're going to leave him there to ensure that he receives all the blame for anything that goes wrong. June 90p. I feel like this job the past 2 days isn't completely news data driven and is an actual breakdown. It's looking better. I still think 90 is really far out of the money, but you seem to be very hung up on targeting that price. I don't mind like 95s or, you know, like 92.50. I'm not a huge fan of 90. It's just kind of far out, unless you're gonna get a shitload of theta. Or would this be a basket stack if there's no vol to short? You can still short them synthetically with ETF creation, like costs. Yeah, we were talking about Baba. I'm hungry. What should I eat? Sandwich? I don't know. What's a good stock to just buy and hold right now? I mean, arguably none of them. Treasuries are decent. When I look at OI, for example, SPY 421 put OI, it's pretty massive. That doesn't tell you anything. I tend to place large bets because the massive OI. Can you explain how that could be bearish? I don't think I understand OI. It's just open interest. Just because there's a lot of put OI doesn't mean that it's all bought, right? I mean, there's not very many treasury bond ETFs. Well, you could just buy treasuries direct and not pay a management fee to someone. Do you like cottage cheese? Not particularly. Cheese with pesto, red pepper jelly, sprouts, and turkey. Interesting. Yeah, I've never been a fan of cottage cheese. It's like okay, I guess. What's the lowest delta put you would get for NVIDIA in May? 0.3. Yeah, maybe. Not a, I mean, I guess you can hold it through SLD at least. That's wrong. Oh, is the open interest, people holding those contracts. Yeah, it's just the number of open contracts, but you don't know how they're being hedged because you don't know who's holding them. So all you're looking at is that there's interest in the strike, but like the data you're looking at isn't telling you any information about that interest. It looks like 1 million OTC trade on Upstart was what looks like weekly 10K, 25p sold, 10K, 25C bought. Why though? In the money straddles. Oh, the 25p are sold? It's a synthetic long. Curious why you haven't repositioned or rolled your far out of the money NVIDIA puts for April. Oh, they're fucking worthless. Either they print or they don't. I mean, there's like fucking no point in closing them. They're down like 70%. There were 1 DTEs. Interesting. Maybe they're exercising them? That doesn't really make sense out of the money, though. Maybe the calls sold and the puts bought. I mean, when you have that many contracts, the bid ask doesn't fucking matter. Is there anything bullish that you know of in Jimmy's future? I mean, their next earnings is in May, right? End of May, towards the end of May. Could you make SPX drop like a rock, please? We'll see. We need capitulation, which hasn't happened yet. Reversal trades to wash FTDs, that's possible, but that's not really how. Generally, reversal trades would be like an in the money call, out of the money, like in the money put. Neither of those are. I mean, like they wouldn't be using an out of the money call, right? So should I be ghosting your April Nvidia puts? You probably shouldn't ghost any of my plays. Gold going up again? Looks like it, yeah. Back at 2022. God, this midday shit is boring as fuck. SLD starts April 19th, right? Yeah, it's the Wednesday before OPEX. Yikes. That's like trading a dead horse for slightly more dead horse. Wouldn't stock market exuberant again? I don't know. Hopefully never. Thoughts on Chinese chef's knives for chopping, cutting vegetables? Like the carbon steel ones are okay, but they're generally speaking not very well manufactured. They have a lot of like fit and finish issues. The Japanese made ones are slightly better, but they're nice. It takes some getting used to, like the Chinese chef's knives. No, don't buy Chinese chef's knives. Why? Like the vegetable cleavers? Do you have all of your GME out? No. I'm at like just under 50%. Like Chinese style. Cleavers are dope. Fight me. I don't. Damascus just means that it's full. I mean, there is no like real Damascus steel. So you're just talking about knives with pretty patterns on the blade. Well, they have different. There's actually different styles of cleavers. They have like a thicker one and a thinner one. One's for like vegetables and like soft proteins, and then the other was ones for like butchering meat, which you need a heavier blade for. There's some pretty fucking cool Damascus patterns out there. Yeah, but it's just like a pattern. It has nothing to do with like the quality of the blade, right? I think people assume that like Damascus knives are like what is it, like hanmai or whatever it's called, where the center steel is harder and then the outer part of the blade is softer steel. These this is what people are thinking about, like how samurai swords are made. This is ridiculously expensive, generally speaking. Damascus steel, you're just taking like a billet and you're folding it a bunch of times to make it look pretty, right? So you fold it in half and then you hammer it out, and then you fold it in half again, and then hammer it out, and then you fold it in half and over, and you get like pretty wavy lines in the blade. But that actually doesn't change like how the steel works. Yeah, the like Damascus is just like a pretty pattern. Yeah, it's not historical Damascus, which is like a specific type of carbon steel. What about lightsabers? I wish. Check out yields, bruh. Ooh, turning around. At least the 2 year is a little bit. Forget School of Stocks. Let's get Chef Pickle going. You mentioned earlier that your best Apple trades are far out of the money leap puts. Can you talk a bit about that? Is there more to say on the subject? How far out of the money? Well, leap. So leap is specific expirations. The the next available leaps are June and January. How far out of the money? I don't know. Like, I mean, the delta is relatively the same as like a near the money, shorter dated put. How do you manage that position? Wait for it to go up and then sell it? It takes a long time for Apple to drop, generally speaking. So it's better to have like a mid delta point 0.3 to point 0.2 put with like a year of theta. Um, that way you can kind of wait out the lengthy period of Apple's drops without burning up too much theta. Otherwise, you need something that'll go on the money quickly. Man, forget. We all know why the 2-year turning around is interesting, but to be nice to the less informed here, what is that and why is it interesting? Well, yields are going up because bond buying is slowing. I mean, generally speaking, shorting Apple is not a great idea, but if it's in a situation like it is now, it's helpful. I mean, you can just go at the money. You don't have to go way out of the money. But if you think Apple's going to drop a lot, it'll probably take a long time to realize your price target. And then if you have like 90 DTE, you may not go in the money in time, right? And so it's better to have more theta. What does that mean? It means that bond buying is slowing. Well, either people are done buying bonds for the near term, or it's bullish because money's flowing into equities. Um, Money's kind of not flowing into equities, so the demand on bonds is lightening a bit. I mean, that could just simply mean nothing besides what it's telling you. Are you holding any GME leaps? No. The lower high here is pretty bearish. I mean, this is like a head and shoulders. Uh, I don't know how actually bearish it is. But it may break down a little more. It's kind of shit right now. I need some YOLO plays. Hit me. Sort NASDAQ by highest volume. This one guy had Japanese knives. He was bragging that cost 300 euro each, when in reality they're something like 50. I mean, they can be really expensive. They get up there, but I mean, generally speaking, they're not that much money. What part would you consider negative cash flow concerning on a stock? I mean, it's always a little concerning. Um, but I would say if they didn't have any more access to credit, that would be a problem. Like a high debt to asset ratio and low free cash flow would be a very big issue. I'm not sure this is going to break down right away. Maybe. Even a Trojuro DP is better than most European knives, aka meat hammers. I don't know. The Victorinox knife is pretty awesome and easy. I'd probably rather have one of those than like a shitty VG10 factory made knife that has like a misaligned spine. I've bought a couple of Tojiros and the quality of them has been pretty fucking garbage. Oh hey, it's doing the thingy. Oh. Hold on. Futures are kind of selling off a bit here with a little bit of volume. So I'm trying to see if this is gonna fucking turn around or if it's gonna keep selling off. Mm-hmm. Hmm. All right, I was gonna bounce. All right, let's see here. That's got more room to the downside still. Hmm. $50. Sorry, 1 second. Okay. All right, back again. So you don't like Baba 90 for June? Is there in between strike like 92.50? I could do 95p, but that seems like a lot of theta for a $3 move. But it's not necessarily a $3 move, right? But what you're doing is ensuring that you get in the money very quickly, and you can capture the like downside delta. Um, so I mean, it's a lot of theta for a 95. I probably wouldn't get as much theta. I just don't like being super far out of the money on Baba because if it gaps up overnight, you're fucking obliterated, right? I mean, you are anyway, but more so if you're paying for extra theta. Like, I'd rather have an at the money strike. Like, I don't like playing very long term options on Baba, generally speaking. Um, like, I rarely buy anything on it that's more than like a next weekly. But if I were to, I still wouldn't want to buy a lot. Like, I wouldn't want 30 days, maybe 30 days. Greg's gonna be mad when this breaks down. I don't think so. I'd be pretty happy if it broke down. I have quite a lot of puts. Up or down here, the answer is yes. Well, so the amount of stagnation is kind of why I hedge the upside. Yeah, I'd probably play something like at the money with like a short expiration. Big fail. Yeah, back to 40.75. This is more a fail on futures. Futures now testing 4,100. If futures sells off here, because it's got some volume, we might move down pretty hard. I think it's more likely that we find some support and bounce back, but maybe not. I want to get rid of one more of these, I think. Nope. Nope. Just one. God damn it. Alright, I'm gonna hold on to the last one. If DFU was still doing streams, would you have tried to do a collab with them? Yeah, that would have been cool. I've been thinking some Jimmy puts, maybe like May $20 strike. Is this like free money? Jimmy puts May 20 strike. It's not free money. I mean, it could take a while before it goes down to 20. QC Futures live for free on, I think it's like $1 a month or something. You sold your puts before they 1000x'd. They weren't gonna 1000x. They would have just fallen to break even. I sold them at a 10% loss or 12% loss. I'm fine with that. How many market makers are there on SPX? A lot of them. If DV reached out and wanted to do a stream with you, would you really want to do that today? God, the super stonkers would flood this place for months. I don't know. Maybe we could debunk some shit from someone they'd actually listen to, you know? Or they'd just say DFU is a shill and they trust Papa Cohen and their mystical assumptions about what GameStop's trying to tell them to do. We could talk about things like covered calls and making money on your investment. DFE would become a bad guy? Yeah. DFE had the perfect exit, right? He died a hero. It's, I would never come back if I were him. Well, do you expect the S&P 500 to rally a little again? Maybe test yesterday's high, or at least try to, before tanking any harder. I think it's got a little bit of bullish momentum in the tank right now, but not a ton. So I think we might bounce back to like 40.88 and then probably get rejected there. If futures sells off though, this whole thing's just gonna fucking tank. Like, get a shake weight and use it every time Jimmy has a green candle. Fuck that. I can't. I still can't believe he got called before Congress for making money. I know. It was so they could infer that like he did something wrong, right? If DFE comes back, this is all he should do. He should have a new play that's not GME. Right? And he should come back and just post his position in whatever play it is. Just once. And then never say anything again. It should be Fubo. I think Fubo was Fubo on his list of shit back then? I think it was. I know he'd like looked into Bobby too and written that off. I think he'd written off AMC as well. DFE did do something wrong. He was poor and he made money. I mean, he wasn't that poor. He had $50,000 in GameStop, right? It's Bobby, and his cost basis is $26. Yeah, he had some natural. I think he had some like natural gas play. There was something else too. There was a list. I don't remember what the fuck was on it. Real talk, little fucking value stole all DFE's money for hair plugs. Do you think DFE was able to see some sort of positions on data on Jamie that made him certain of his position beyond the basics? Technicals. I don't know, it's possible. How long has Upstart been on Reg Show? Couple days now. I think last Friday it went on. So a couple days. Is Fubo the next GME? Not unless they turn their shit around. Or someone buys them out. They have a lot of short interest. Fubo did a lot of GME things at the same time as GME back then. No, I haven't. I'll leave the guy alone. Ah, you son of a bitch. Why is everything getting so volatile all of a sudden? Oh, there goes 40.75. All right. I'll be right back. Don't worry, I'm not going to ghost your 4,000 Ps. Ridiculous. It was like the driving Miss Daisy of market crashes. It's not super fun. There's just a lot of support right here at like 40.75 and 40.60. So it's hard for us to push through it. Zax just gave a buy rating for GMA. Cool. Gherk, I lost everything in my 4,000 P play. Didn't you just buy it like 3 minutes ago? Goldman Sachs fined 3 million by FINRA over mismarking short sale orders. RSS is gonna go nuts. Yeah, they are. Caught 1 minute of the stream this AM and bought 40.75s. Went to drop off at school and made 120% on my limit order. Nice, dude. Congratulations. Why did I sell my 40.75 0 DT for 12% profit right before that tank? Am I one of those guys now? Well, first of all, there's data tomorrow. Right? And Friday. Yeah, we have initial jobless claims tomorrow. And then, well, Friday market's closed, so I guess it doesn't really matter much, but I wouldn't be so afraid just yet. I don't know, I'm kind of just waiting for this to bounce back before I like position more. Hmm. Futures are still over 4,100. They barely dip below. I might have support call again with check DM. Nice. This is probably a decent short entry. Hmm. Hmm. Yeah, I'm gonna wait. You think Tesla breaks down further from this level? It could. Um, it's getting pretty close to support. Support's really in like, well, yeah, I mean, prior support's really in like the 180 range. But it could definitely pull back. Like, it could still find support here. It's right on its trend. I might consider taking some profits here, or at least setting stops. Given NVIDIA's index exposure is 240 for SLD and unreasonable price target. If we hit SLD and NVIDIA's below gamma neutral, no. Take a peek at PFE. Sure, man. It's getting, I mean, it's getting kind of close to resistance. It's broken to the upside of the previous resistance at 4150. Like it might still have a little room to run, but I would be watching like 40 like 4280 and like 4350 really closely. Yeah, no problem, dude. I'm sorry I keep buying 3900 for 421. They were so cheap yesterday and today. Riding zero DTs throughout the week has eliminated theta decay loss thus far. Okay. I mean, I don't think those will necessarily print. They're very far out of the money. You're gonna need like a big drop, like really bad employment data on Friday, or CPI or PPI are gonna have to run hot. Hmm. Does TradingView have option to show futures? Yeah, you can watch futures on TradingView, but you have to pay for real time data if you want to see them in real time. Do you think Upstart will go below 15 before or during SLD? Thanks for all of your teachings. I love you. I mean, it could go through before if the market keeps dropping. Um, if the market stays relatively stagnant until SLD, then Upstart probably won't go down a lot. It's really illiquid right now. I bought 400 puts this morning, up 75%, that expire on Monday. Would you sell today and reposition tomorrow, or do you think the data tomorrow will lead to a market drop before open? I don't think the data tomorrow is all that important. It's just week over week unemployment claims. Have you already talked about Rev? I think so. Yeah, I mean they're destroying the shareholder equity, and there's a 4-day period for them to like. Well, not 4 days, 2 days now. Period to like appeal the decision. What do you think about a bear call spread on Upstart for 519? Is it worth it? Like, the IV's not very high. Have you sold your rev position? No, just gonna write it off. All these people who don't want to pay $1 for futures data should not be trading futures in the first place. Or SPX, for that matter. Can we appeal on the grounds that it's lame? I guess you could try. Can I write off my 35Cs? If you have capital gains, then yes. So you can only write off like 3,000 in losses a year against income. But if you have other capital gains, like I don't know, say you do well on SPX this year, right? You can write off the remainder of the losses from that. Where do you see FSLR heading the next few weeks? Well, I have puts. I have stops on some of those puts, but it looks like it's starting to turn around. 3,000 against capital income. Okay, thank you, Bipolar Bear. I'm not a CPA. $40, 72, 56. VIX almost back at 20. That's kind of cool. I can't imagine anyone has the clout to contest it other than RP. Yeah, he's the only one. How bad of an idea is synthetic long on VIX at 20? Awful. If you're selling puts on the VIX, you'll probably be assigned on them. I guess you could sell them on the index directly. Are you going to sell them on VIX? Or are you going to use like VXX or UVXY or VIXY? If you sell them on VIX, it's not so bad. I mean, it's not good either, but it's not so bad. The problem I've had with synthetic longs on VIX directly in the past is that IV spikes, VIX doesn't move enough, and then it makes it hard to buy back your sold puts. You said you would cut your 3850s unless you see a confirmation of a downtrend. Did you get that confirmation yet? Close. Not quite. We're still sitting on delta neutral. If we break down through delta neutral, I'll probably hold them a few more days. I still need today. I probably needed to go below 40.20 by the 40.25 by the end of the week, so I can close them out. And we're still really far from that. Thanks, Yuri. I had a 190 on FSLR, but I sold for a small profit after buying a week or two too early. Yeah, I mean, I already set my stops on my my shorter dated puts. I'm not gonna take any chances with it bouncing back into the upper range again. Bank slipping. I know keys down. Yeah, not doing so hot today, huh? VIX is starting to look a little spicier. VIX cash settled? Yeah. VIX itself is cash settled. Like CBOE VIX. But if you're going like synth long on UVXY or something like that, then it's not. So if you use like VIXY or VXX or UVXY and you sell like if you sell synthetic longs, you'll usually get assigned. It used to be worse when those instruments had more volume on them. It may be better nowadays. It's kind of like QQQ and TQQQ. Like it's really advantageous to sell CSPs on those, but you have to be okay with assignment. Are your purple lines on SPX the collar? No? I can't remember where the top strike on the collar is. I know it's like 38.85, 32.80. The upside one's what, like 43.20 or some shit? No, 43.20. Thanks, Dave. Can you draw new lines on the SPX downtrend? What's a different downtrend, right? Yeah, VXX on the 5 minutes picking up a little bit. So hopefully that translates. When will our rev disappear? Like a couple days, I guess. I don't know how long it's going to take them to finalize everything. I did play SPX today with stops, netted 17%. Don't let greed hold off putting a stop in place or use all my settled cash. Nice. What would you be looking to add to your long-term SPX puts? Just the data tomorrow and Friday or some bounce up price point? I would have liked to have seen a retest at 4080, although I'm not sure we're going to see that today. Or maybe like, well, I guess like 4085, 4090, but it looks kind of far out of reach right now. I mean, I think if we drop below delta neutral, then there's a good chance it drops harder. Like right now, I think the hedge is mostly flat, right? But like once the downside hedge starts to gain momentum, then it can start falling a lot faster. Delta neutral's at like what is it, 4074 or some shit? I'll have to look. 4073. 4073.70. How do you think the market reacts to Lent? The end of Lent, the resurrection of their zombie god, celebrated by a 3-day weekend. I have no idea, man. Because I want to see some of the call interest get blown out in the upside range. Markets are closed for Good Friday. I know. SPX is gonna bounce soon. I feel it in my plebs. Might get your retest that you wanted now. Maybe. Might not. I actually don't think this looks particularly good. Where do we find historical IV for each contract? Good luck. I mean, you can buy it. It's expensive as shit. Thoughts on Visa 616 210 put? Yeah, no problem, Diego. Not just Dow? Why not just short Dow? Like, I don't know if Visa's the best target in this range right now. Maybe. This future's just going to be stuck here. I still think we retest 4081. Maybe. I don't know. Futures already failed 2 tests in that range. We might get some futures volume towards the end of the day. It's not impossible. It just doesn't look super great. No, the IV30 on Market Chameleon is not accurate. It also doesn't give it to you for each individual contract. It's probably accurate enough for whatever your purpose is, but it's not very accurate. And it only gives you the historic IV for one, like the whole security, not for individual contracts. So you get the at the money IV or the IV30. Futes 108 and reject would be good. They might just be forming a lower high already. Futures have to break 40. Yeah, I think they're gonna have to break 4108 for us to see 4081. If we do get 4081 here, I'm gonna buy more puts. Let me see what positioning looks like. Uh, 4070 still has really positive gamma. And the gamma flip point moved down to just below delta neutral, so it's at 4070 250. Yeah, 4070, 4060, still resistance. Fuck, man. So close to 4081. Oh, well. Does the market usually experience a bounce back after SLD? Usually. It depends. Not always. Yeah, it really depends on how people position during the settlement period. Uh, all right. What's going on with Upstart? Nothing. It's at $16.16. It looks like it had a nice little breakout, and now it's being shorted again. Remember, it's got a lot more. It's got a lot more shorting it can realize, right? And we're still like down here. So, you know, we can still see Upstart move up into that range. Although it does kind of look spicy for April OPEX, maybe. 442 likes is pitiful, people. Pitiful. That's like how many we had this morning. Huh. I have this weird double bend in my no-no place. Any suggestions? Speak to a doctor? What date range is the next SLD period? April 19th. I'm engaged. I think a lot of people fantasize that Upstart is the next GMU without realizing that in the current credit environment, it's not a bad short. Yeah, especially if if the Fed pauses rates after the next hike, right, and they don't increase the terminal rate, then credit markets will probably going to stabilize a bit. Am I pressing the just up button on GME IV real quick? That's not going to happen. What is SLD? Supplemental liquidity deposits for FINRA. Maybe you'll find these stats interesting. Crashes typically don't occur until after the Fed starts cutting rates. I know, but it's not really high correlation, right?
Also, employment lags massively. Yeah, I know. I feel like both of those things are fairly common knowledge. Deflation, like actual deflation, is far worse than inflation for equities. Has there always been a 10-minute delay on VIX? There's no delay on VIX. Seems early historically. So, not all of those are like causative, right? You know, the like rate cuts as they pertain to crashes. I mean, generally, yeah, crashes occur after rate cuts, but rate cuts also generally occur when inflation uh, either drops below 2%, right, or um, is showing signs of falling off, and then you get a deflationary environment, which is more likely to create a crash. Because that's where you see like margin contraction really hit home, right? Is as inflation falls off and stops being priced in. Big vol candle on futures after hitting 108. Yeah, but also recovering. I mean, it looks like there was like a stop loss out there. Coming up on 4080. It's probably still gonna fall short of 4081. Well, I think I'm going to wait to buy market puts until after rate cuts begin. I find this stat compelling enough to wait. You should analyze the correlation there. It's not that compelling. I think we get a rejection here. It looks weak to me. Yeah, it looks pretty weak. I think it's going to reject. It did break 4081 though. Now cut it out and go down. Financials doing weird stuff. Wall? What's Wall doing? Kind of bouncing back a little bit here. Nice volume. Yeah, bank is bouncing pretty hard. I know you know this, but they cut rates because something breaks. It's not a leading indicator. It's the resolution of the market crashing. Was there ever a market crash before rates were cut? Yeah. Volmageddon? .com bubble? Rates during the .com bubble, rates were already being cut for a while before a crash ever happened. There were rate cuts that never led to a crash. Rates were being increased into the correction in 2019. Rates didn't get cut in 2020 until the market crashed. This might go to 4085. I mean, if futures stay strong. Banks coming up. So SPF running. Yeah, SPF's running a little bit too. So that might help prop things up. Unless they just fail here on the test. Kind of looks like it's going to fail. Explain Japan's market. They've been cutting rates for forever. That's a totally different economic system, though. Yeah, I know about Goldman Sachs getting fined. I know I'm making a point. Oh. Different how? I mean, Japan's maintained quantitative easing for like 20 years. What are your thoughts on BRICS and oil production cut? Bluff or real threat? I don't think it's a real threat. I don't think it's a bluff either, but I just don't think it's a threat. We're getting very close to a stagflationary environment. That doesn't mean the SPX is going to trade flat, but it's it'll probably mean a large devaluation of assets. Then it trades flat. If there was a leading indicator that was 100% always correct, I wouldn't be working. The only indicator that's come close is the 210 inversion, and it's not like it's a large enough sample. Yeah. Ah, all right. Zero DT 406p are stagflating. Help me, JPAL. You bought some out of the money puts. I mean, if this breaks down, you might be okay, but Fed doing QT and QE at these levels is completely unheard of precedent. I wish JPAL used Twitter. Interesting. Okay, so SPF failing a little bit here. Was there like big bank news that we didn't catch? SPF and bank ran really hard. It's all wall? I mean, it's not, right? It's the whole sector. What's up, Lawrence? Been busy as fuck all day. Got some April 21 4000p and 3950p. Down 20% due to averaging down. Cut or hold through the coming weekend. I'm 50-50 because families together and talking all weekend might change market behavior. I mean, people don't really change market behavior very much. But what do you think they're going to talk about? I mean, as long as this continues to break down, I'm okay holding 3950. The 4000s I'm fine holding for into next week for like CPI and PPI. Obviously, I'm going to hedge the upside though because we have unemployment data and non-farm payroll on Friday, but the market's closed. So either I take profits on everything tomorrow or I hedge the upside over the weekend. Unfortunately, not everything is profitable just yet. The 3850s aren't profitable unless this falls below 40.20, which I don't think is very likely. Although they're better now than they were at 41.20. Are you about to see SPX re off a cliff? I don't know. VIX is getting shorted right now. Futures seem persistent. I think we're definitely going to test 41.12, and then I don't know what's going to happen after that. But 41.12 is going to put us around 40.85 ish. Volume's pretty low today. I mainly see Wall Street shot callers getting an influx of negative info from family, and that's shifting their sentiment to more cautious or more bearish. Maybe. What are you doing for Easter? Nothing. I don't really have any plans. What do you got, turd? Volume over time on XRT increasing. Is that shares outstanding or just volume? Just volume. Huh. Can you tell me who's buying this trash? I mean, I think most of this is just like the bank thing rallying, which seems to be a few banks, not just Western Alliance, but Fifth Third already got rejected. Keys getting rejected. So banks starting to fall back down. Isolated volume. Yeah, the big volume flows seem to be leading at least. Well, a little bit. I went to school in New York and traveled to New York City on the odd weekend. My freshman year, it was Easter weekend. I saw a neon flyer for a party with a crucifix, 18 to hang, 21 to get nailed. Western Alliance Wall said on Wednesday it held total deposits of $47.6 billion as of March 31st, down 11% from $53.6 billion end of 2022. So outflows. I'm sorry to hear that, JK. Maybe next time you come to New York City, you can get nailed. Why is my 0.01 bid not filling when others seem to be filling at that price? Is it not first come, first serve? No. First regional banks make statements on outflows. Oh, okay. Do you have volume on SPY for that down move we just had? Way higher than futures. Well, not notionally. Huh. Well, the orders of the same bid were first in, first out. No. Clearinghouses definitely clear larger orders first. And then also, don't forget about PFOF. I recover money, any money you can from Rev. Even if it's 100, that's a call. Eh. It's just a tax write-off. Like, I really don't care about it. I want to bury my sweet, sweet shares in the ground. Maybe I'll write a country song about them. Just so you think you have it all figured out. Rev, ride or die. More like just not worth bothering to open the brokerage at this point. Remember what PiFi does with his positions? Maybe because of the amount of money he has, and not because it's what you should do. Possibly. How many Rev shares do you have left? It's a lot. Like 8,800, I think. Yeah, about 8,800. $4.25 cost basis. Or 424, I think. Nah, that's not too bad. It's like 40 grand. Sell your rev shares of the market order so we can see it gap down. Isn't it puzzling why SUV didn't use the discount window? Doesn't this point to something systemic? It wasn't open to them. The Fed did not bail them out until after they failed. The Fed let them die, actually. My vape tastes terrible and new pods won't be delivered till Saturday. Sorry to hear that. I messed up. It sounds like you did. You could DRS your rev shares to make them even more useless. I'll pass. Good copal as well. SPX gonna break up or down or sideways from here. I mean the momentum's like turning bearish, but it's fucking kind of just awful. Like we failed the test at 41.12. I don't know. Futures aren't doing much. There's no fucking volume anywhere. Either something sells off or someone buys in hard. We'll find out probably in the next like 20 minutes. NVIDIA 519 240p is a consideration at current prices. They could be, yeah, if you expect the market to come down. Uh-huh. It's kind of dog shit. Nasdaq recovering a little bit. Fucking Dow's up today? Ugh. How's my Sherwin-Williams doing? Huh. Not fucking bad. I wonder if I should close my position before fucking data comes in. What do you got, Dork? Ooh. That sounds fun. 741 viewers. Bullish. Stock God, how many ice cream semis do I need to sacrifice to get a God candle on SPX down to 3,600? Probably a lot. Are you short NASDAQ or just short some of the large mega caps? Just some of the large mega caps, not like QQQ or NASDAQ directly. What's Upstart doing? How many times am I gonna get fucking asked that today? Is short a sympathy oil play? No, not at all. It should be called a death candle. Fuck. Now, this has been a boring fucking week for the market. It really has. Are you as excited as me as watching Catfall? No. I can most assuredly say absolutely not. What are you looking for to buy in again? I'm not. Is it true that it's dangerous to buy puts on cat because cats always land on their feet? Yes. Oh, oh hey, look, VIX is moving up. That's neato. Is 4078 your support line here? It's a support line. It's an old one, but it's still there. Father, please make the bull market stop. There's nothing bullish about today's price action. SPX is down 50 BPS. Just rephrase your thing and just say, please make the SPX go down 300 BPS. We'll have to gap at 4082. Okay. It's like tiny though. Right? You don't think Cat will outperform the market to the upside when we finally hit whatever the bottom is, end of 2023 or early 2024? Maybe. I don't know how far Cat's going to drop before then. I definitely don't have a target to the downside. 3,000 BPS? That'd be cool. Really should have grabbed more debit spreads on SQQQ. Maybe. What's your downside target on NVIDIA? I mean, that depends on the time frame. It very much depends on the time frame. Towards the end of this year, maybe like 140. $160, 140. About like Q3. F off with this bounce. It's tiny and it has no volume. What are you worried about? Wait till it gets much stronger, at least, before you complain about it. When do you expect neutral positioning to really pick up? If it hasn't already? I mean, I think longs would prefer that it stay above the gamma flip point, which seems pretty obvious today. So now's as good a time as any. Have you heard of the lumber gold ratio signals? What are your thoughts? That there's a million signals which supposedly predict a market crash in hindsight. If any of them actually predicted crashes, everyone would be super rich. When the market crashed in 2020, how long did it take you to realize the bottom was in and reposition for the upside? I started repositioning. I don't know, probably like 3 weeks. It was about 3 weeks. Like by the time we'd pulled back like 20%, it was pretty obvious that the market was going to turn around quickly. So I went long, like most of the stuff I went long on at the time, I went long on around like end of April, beginning of May that year. I stayed cash for a little while after it crashed too. Sub 200 on Nvidia by end of April? I mean, it's possible, but the market has, like, we have to get bad data or something. Something's got to trigger a sell off. Right now, we're not getting anything, right? It's just like fucking employment data, and no one understands what it means. So the market's just trading sideways. It's got a slightly bearish skew because, you know, it was massively overbought. Pickle, I may have made a bad bet, and I need Nvidia to hit 35 before the end of the day, or else I'm going to lose a finger at best. Help. Alright, first, you need to procure a Chinese army outfit, like a uniform, okay? Then second, you need to sneak into Taiwan, okay? And you need to get to the roof of the TSMC building and plant a Chinese flag in like a pot. And then you need to call every major news outlet in the world and in perfect Mandarin declare that TSMC is now the property of the people of China. The video will crash by the time they find out that you're just crazy. Is this just off the top? I mean, he asked me a question, I answered it. I want you to know that we're all rooting for you. Congratulations to everyone for landing on an NSA watch list. I'm pretty sure that a few people in here already were. The psychology of a crash happening is becoming more prominent among the pickle jar. When do you think the general public catches on? I don't know. People are buying an awful lot of gold lately, and oil's up. The general public tends to panic very quickly. It's a strange scenario just to have at the forefront of your brain. Impressive, but strange. Listen, he needed a play to save his puts. That's the only way Nvidia's going to 35 by the end of today. I suppose China itself could invade Taiwan too, but that's at least a multiple day event. NSA, if you're watching, like the stream. I hope the NSA loves macroeconomics, right? Which Dan isn't on a no strings attached list? Oh, God, this is boring as shit. Hey, there we go. We did it. We tested 4112. I knew it could happen. Now do we just chop here for the rest of the day? $511 likes went to 513. 2 NSA watchers? I don't know. Do you have a low target price for Jimmy? Probably around like 17.50 or something. Oh, fucking Christ, today's boring. There's nothing to say about anything. It's just boring as shit. It's no volume. Upstart was doing things. Yeah, but I don't think it's that interesting. Pull for SPX end of day closing price 40.84, 40.85, 40.86, or 12,000. It's still got more upside here. Probably quite a bit. Breaking back above 41.12 means that we're probably going to test 40.20 on futures. Unless we just fail here. I guess we could just fail, but it doesn't look that bearish just yet. Theta Gang wins again. You know, I'd agree with you, except the calls and puts I sold really aren't making me very much money. I'm happy with boring, but making 15% on my port. Yeah, I guess so. Perfect. I'm on my way. How do I learn Mandarin in 12 hours? And I'm white, 6'4", no issues. Maybe you can hire someone else to do it when you get there. Otherwise, you're probably gonna have to do some pretty racist shit. Close my Nvidia put at 50% because it will probably rally 5% if SPX gets any green. Yeah, probably. Is this like the calm before the storm? It's like the calm before nothing fucking happens. Imagine 2 consecutive red days in Nvidia, larger each day, going into a 3-day weekend with bad data, plus whatever that put guy is gonna do. Maybe. That'd be cool. Right now, doesn't look so hot. Rip. Can I just get fucking assigned? The opportunity cost is killing me. Like, Pi-Fi, I just can't hold your hand through every little international espionage incident. Fair enough. Did Jfresh get assigned? On what? Did he sell anything? Rip my puts. You know, I'm going to go with if a $10 move destroyed your puts. You didn't have very good puts to begin with. I missed the first 1 to 2 hours of your stream. Do you make all your money on plays during that time? Because it's always volatile looking. I mean, I haven't played any 0 DTs since like before noon. Those were okay. And today wasn't super profitable, but I made some money on some puts, and then I strangled, and that made nothing. And then I made some money on some other puts. I think he's got upstart CCs. 4115 C 0 DTE. I don't know. This might just get rejected here. We're back at resistance now, so we'll see. We either test 4120 or we fail. I mean, the upside's smaller than it was a minute ago. Positionally, I don't think a lot's changed. Some puts sold off, and 4100 looks a little more bullish. Yeah, everything else looks pretty much the same. There's resistance at 4095. If we fail it, we'll probably fall back down to like 4080. No, I don't think it's time for puts on SPX yet. If you're buying farther dated ones, it might not be a bad entry, but you might get a better one still. Maybe if I'm arrested in Taiwan, I'll be safe in prison. The Chinese mafia doesn't have contacts in prison, right? Of course not. What's up, Gurk? Barry here again. What's up, Barry? I just want to say bless you, sir, for dealing with these regards every day. Ask you if their lotto ticket deep out of the money options plays have a chance to resurrect like Christ. GG. Thanks, Barry. Odds on 0 DT 3985P is going the money. Pretty fucking low. My friend in logistics thinks we see 4300. Okay. What's your plan with the 4080p? Well, I sold off the other ones and kept that one. What's up, Gherk? Gordon here. What's up, Gordon? Gherk here. I've sold NVIDIA puts expiring 421 at 200. Can those go in the money by then? I hope not. For your sake. My janitor friend thinks people should stop throwing liquids in the trash can. I mean, that's probably like a really hard part of his job, right? Imagine you're throwing out garbage bags all day and then there's liquid in it and you like go to flip it and then you get fucking covered in some unknown liquid. That's shitty. Yeah, don't throw your liquid waste in the trash can, guys. Hey, Greg, how's Google looking? It's not. It's down today. A little bit. Kind of channel locked for the last like week or so between 100 and 105. I have a bunch of calls sold at 100. All major U.S. stock markets will be closed on Friday, April 7, 223, in observance of Good Friday. Thanks, Gordon Ramsay. I don't know how we would have known that without you. You've made yourself both indispensable and useful. Fuck. This is so fucking boring. Which is your favorite Discord channel? I don't know. It varies. Probably the Quant Discord. Greg, do you think Charlie Munger has either A, has never bought a 0DT SPX play, or B, is just gaslighting everyone on 0DTs because he's the one buying them all? C, he's the market maker for the 0DTs. But D, he doesn't know it. He just owns them. Hey, Gurk, Dennis here. Okay, everyone stop stealing Barry's thing, alright? You're supposed to say yes, chef. It's boring because you didn't buy any 0DT since noon. It's because the market's fucking choppy and slightly unpredictable right now. And that's not true. I had some longs. I just don't have any settled cash on the WeBull account that you guys are watching right now. Well, I actually do have settled cash. I just don't want to get a GFV. That's on Tasty Live. You should collab with them. They said they never say no to a collab. I don't know what the fuck that is. Does anybody know what that is? Is my fucking voice still delayed or no? It is. It's like offset just ever so slightly. That is irritating as shit. What did you do to me, Dork? Thanks, Gilgamesh, king of AI. Hey, Gurk. Hey, Gurk here. Kirk here. Jesus fucking Christ. Hey, Gurk, Danimal here. What's up, Danimal? Sorry, TC Live is half decent. Seems like they have quite a few people that do rundowns on market mechanics. Cool. If market stays boring for a while, can you do a cooking stream? No. I'll just quit doing this and find something else to do. Kirk, when you're converting your channel to send ASMR, never. At least you sound great. But do I? Because now it's just disorienting. I gotta turn off the fucking compressor thing. Because it creates like a weird lag. That's inexplicable. Does that go away now? Ah. Alright. I wonder if we're gonna retest 4090 again. Thanks, dumping to close. You're using your library voice now? No, I just turned the compressor off. This morning was a lot more fun. This is boring right now. Yeah, I mean, I'm hoping some volume comes in for Power Hour, but this is fucking lame. Fidelity just informed me there will be no trading on Monday, December 26th, in observance of Christmas. Shit. I have positions that expire on Christmas. Do you think we retest 4080 today? Yeah, that's possible. I think we're not going to do. I mean, you know why? It's because it falls under the realm of boring as fuck. Holy shit! I want to go to sleep. And that's how you know that that's a contract that's very likely to go in the money. If your contract is within $1 of the SPX's current price, you're gonna make it. That's what my swaps are due. You should get a rack mounted compressor like an LA2A. Dude, what the I don't want all that shit in my apartment. Next, she'll be telling me to get a soundboard and some studio monitors so I can hear myself. Well, she got an ISO booth and like a 64 channel Roland fucking belt driven compressor. You should. I'll just open up a recording studio. Girk, why don't you sell merchandise? I don't know. It feels like it would force me to have more interaction with people. And that sounds mediocre at best. Are CPI numbers next week going to be cooler or hotter? We don't know. I think they might cool off by just a bit. It's possible. I don't think they're going to cool off much because the main driver right now, which is shelter, is probably going to keep core CPI fairly flat. But now we have oil up, so next month's report's going to heat up, especially if oil moves higher. You can call the studio Pi Fidelity. That's a great idea. I'll use the shit out of it. This is gonna fail. Eventually. Eventually it's gonna fail, Dork. But it doesn't look like that's gonna happen for like 30 minutes. Flat CPI bullish? I mean, no. Inflation should be going down. Inflation should actually be going down more rapidly by now. Make an anti-DRS rap with your studio and start a rap battle with Super Stonk. I don't want to have a battle of wits with the unarmed. All I ever wanted was a VWAP hat. Win, sell. I don't know. Do you use any serums or cream on your face? Your skin is glowing today. No? Sometimes I use soap on it. Like every other day. Just the soap that's like there in my bathroom. I don't know what kind of soap it is. Remember the reason for this weekend? On Good Friday, Freg went missing, and on the third day, his froggy bits arose when Lady VWAP came to visit him. All hail Freg. All praise Lady VWAP. May they bless all of your reports this weekend, and may the market burn to the ground. Thank you so much, Darth Dan. I mean, follower of Freg. I don't pluck my fucking eyebrows. These are just the way they are. You should just stream the hurricanes in Arkansas and Iowa. It would be way more entertaining than this market. You mean tornadoes? Right? I hope. You mean tornadoes. Don't let it get you down. My brother is also cross-eyed. I'm not cross-eyed. Random question. How much use do you get out of a box grater? I've had the same one for like 4 years. If the market dumped and you made boatloads of money, what type of meal would you treat yourself to? How much is tons? Like, does NVIDIA also crash? If NVIDIA also crashes, Maybe I'll go on like a small vacation in Japan and eat 3 Michelin-star sushi. I made more money than my gross salary this week, buying back only half my covered calls. Thanks for all the learning and for sitting through the boring days with us and keeping us entertained. Thank you, Jen. That's fucking awesome. Congratulations. That's super cool. Well done. Seriously. Describe what a tornado sounds like. Wind? Whoosh. But louder? Aren't the freight train sounds just air raid sirens because there's a tornado warning? I thought I had a new job lined up, but it turned out that the Scrum Master means something different to the Dans than it does in the tech industry. Oh well, there's always the free milestone chat. That's two, Brett. Thank you so much, man. You'll always be a Scrum Master here. No, it whistles. I've never been really close to one. I've seen one like in the distance, but I've never been close to a tornado. Tornadoes sound like freight train wheels on tracks, not the whistle. Hmm. I love how everyone's an expert now because there's like 10 videos on Reddit about tornado sounds. Would you eat fugo? No. I don't want to die. Have you ever played Tetris competitively? No. Nor do I want to. Pet the tornado, it's really soft. Fuck, I need so much more caffeine to get through today. I'm gonna have to start doing coke or something. That's the solution. Is that why Trade Trades was high on meth all the time? Because he just like talked about AMC all day and he was bored out of his mind. I don't do that, CB. Shill. I drew a line on SPX and it's going down. Well, it's starting to lose its potential for any more upside. Very, very slowly. Although it's not gone yet. Things are getting a little bit more bearish. Maybe in the next like 20 minutes we'll see some sort of confirmation of that. No, he was just addicted. Oh, okay. As an expert in tornadic meteorology and atmospheric interferometry, I have an authority in this to discuss. The sound tornadoes makes is most accurately described as a goofy kazoo solo. Welcome to State Street. We'd like to manage your retail ETF options market. I haven't ever been to Japan. I've always wanted to go there, though. Not because I'm a weeb. I just want to eat all the food and buy more knives and then come back home. Can you rank the most boring day streaming? Where does this land? Top. This might be the most boring day. Are there even still people watching this shit at this point? This has been boring as fuck. Yeah, there's no one here. There's like 700 of you. And only fucking 2/3 of that have even liked the stream. Mostly bots, yeah. It's not boring. We made money on 0 DTs. Yeah, but that was earlier. That was fun. Thanks, Google is trash. I mean, what are hate watchers even watching right now? GME just trade at the same fucking price all day long? Earlier it was a little lower. Now it's a little higher. All of it's lower than yesterday. Are bull flags bearish now as well? Well, this isn't a bull flag. It's a descending wedge. And it's breaking up. Right? So it did the thing, and now it's breaking up. And now we retest 4090. Then we come down back to 4085 into the end of the day. How do you feel about that, Dork? It sounds terrible, doesn't it? I feel like we only retest 4087 just to make it even fucking worse. Here's what happens. We test 4085 right now, break down, fill the gap, fail, test 4083, flatten to the end of the day. I made $100 on the move from 4080 to 4090. I'm gonna go buy some Skittles to celebrate. Nice, man. Have you ever brought your knives to a restaurant and insisted the chef use them for your meal? No? That would be weird. I'm listening to you in the background as I shop for scented candles on Amazon. Thanks, man. Europe at risk of dengue this summer? Thoughts? Awkward. Why is that? Are there dengue mosquitoes in Europe? Do you guys even have mosquitoes in Europe? I don't remember any mosquitoes. Dengue is fine as long as you only get it once. Buy volume increasing on the 5-minute means former. I'm pretty sure FSLR just bounced with the indexes, man. Yes, we do. Way too many. Huh. You can get assigned on CCs and after hours, correct? Yes. I'm not saying that. Mosquitoes aren't a problem in Canada. It's the black fly horseflies. Those guys will take chunks of sweater with your flesh. Horseflies are the worst. I'm going back to quote unquote researching Sherry Moon Zombie. What the fuck is that? Is that porn? That sounds pornographic. I got assigned on my GME calls at 1 a.m. yesterday. Huh. That's crazy. Your giant centaur tail is great at swatting horseflies. I'm not a centaur. Oh, there it is. We've tested 4090. And now we're going to chop here for a little bit. And then probably fall back down again. What an exciting turn of events. Check DMs. What do you got, turd? Live severe weather coverage. This guy just looking at the weather. I mean, it's fucking more interesting than this right now. How long does it take to convert margin to cash on WeBull? I have no idea. Probably like 5 trading days or something like that. Let's play a game. Market crashes. Palantir's $3. What would you do? Also, separate question. Do you like Asana? I love the product very much. I think it's a pickup for the crash. I mean, maybe in a crash. I don't think they really have enough financial information or historic data to say that they're like a good long-term investment. I have heard that people like the product though. You're not the first person to bring it up. Palantir at 3. I might average my cost basis back up to 0. Probably worth it. A lot of the futures interest in NQ has died off over the last couple of days. Can you show upstart liquidity? I already did that earlier. It's not very interesting yet. I want to convert, but I don't want to miss a week. Will we retest 4100? I don't think we're gonna do it right now. It's possible. I mean, maybe tomorrow we'll get like a little bullish because there's really no data coming out. And people are gonna reposition to like hedge the data over the weekend. Public service announcement. All major US stock markets will be closed on Friday, April 7th. In observance of Good Friday. Yeah, this is true. Here comes the failure. Do you place a lot of weight on EMAs? No. Same thing my market. My same thing. My soon-to-be ex-wife says when I come home from work. Was there data release today? Yeah, a bunch. I thought it was PPI. No, PPI is next week. Today was PMI. Um, there was also the ADP employment change today. Which was down. But not quite as low as it was in January. So still a little volatile, but down. Some signs of the labor market starting to contract, which isn't bullish at all, but is probably good long term. Four ten, 4080, 4100C strangle for tomorrow. I don't necessarily like the upside target, if I'm being honest with you. We were slowly coming down, and then we slowly moved up. And now we're slowly coming down again. Contracting labor market is weird. Not bullish because it's not growth, but considered bullish because it will lead to the mythical Fed pivot. I have no idea how to plan around that. I don't think the point at which the Fed pivots is not like necessarily bullish, right? And they're not going to pivot. They're going to pause and hold. If you're bored, why don't you scalp? I am. I made like 60% off the move you just called. I mean, I'm trading it. That's just like not very fun. What do you think the Nvidia bro said when he saw the news from Google this morning? I have no idea. He couldn't have been happy. Put solitaire on the screen? I'm not that bored. I'm out of subtle cash. I don't want to use margin. I guess I'm going to take the rest of the day off. Alright, see you later, Mr. McConnerberry. What's positioning looking like? Let's take a look. Oh, awesome. So there's a bunch of calls at 40.90, and then a bunch of puts at 40.95, and then a bunch more puts at 40.85. But not a lot of puts at 40.80, and then a bunch of puts at 40.75, and then a bunch of calls at 40.70. What a fucking shit show. So basically, if we fall below 40.85, we test 40.70. If we push up above 40.90, we might test 4100. Yeah, we're kind of just here, stuck in the middle. QQQ sold off pretty hard this morning. Yeah, I know. When you were starting out, did you ever use or replace a lot of value in classic TA trading systems? No. I backtested a lot of them for a really long time, but I found them all to be lacking. They're not terrible. Some have decent success rates, but they are all lacking in one way or another. Knowing what to look for in them can be useful. I think they're good to learn. I don't know how good they are to employ. Vix is getting fucking slaughtered right now. I don't know. You kind of think maybe we just test like 40.95 real quick. I mean, there's so little volume on SPX that we're basically just moving we're just moving with futures, right? On futures, it's trying to retest 4120, where I don't think it has a lot of strength, or at least it currently doesn't have a lot of strength. So that'll probably fail at some point, and then futures will move back to, you know, 4010 or 4100. Is that not a triple top? Not really. And it's kind of ascending. Maybe if this breaks down more. Mm. Whatever you do, don't play the Power Hour song. Alright. Can't you just call BlackRock and make them poke the beast a little? Is AI not a good buy anymore? But like the C3 or whatever? When were they a good buy? Ah, no problem, Flocala. Sour Hour. Multiple rulings coming out regarding stopping development on AIs a bit. Things getting out of hand. Yeah, I heard Germany was, well, I don't know if it's multiple yet, but I know Germany was discussing it. Italy moved forward with one. The US hasn't made any comment as of yet, as far as I'm aware. Wasn't that a pickles pick? Selling bear call spreads on it was like a little while ago. That was pretty good money. It wasn't like super impressive, but it was just, yeah, it was just like a pretty high IV at the time. Wedgeception. Bullard speaks tomorrow during market hours. Full hawk. In the meantime, play Diablo. But I don't have any I don't have any Diablo to play. Diablo 4 doesn't come out until, I mean, I own Diablo 3, I guess. But Diablo 4 doesn't come out until June. I don't want to play fucking Diablo 2. Children would access illicit material through Chat GPT. Can't they just do that through Google? We should ban AI. We're not nearly. We're nowhere near ready to manage more advanced versions of it as a society. But that's not going to stop us. I knew we were near the top when Wall Street Bets started unironically using stocks go up as the crux of their thesis on this bounce. Yeah, well, I knew it when they started posting, like, get fucked bears memes. That's usually when the top's in. When they start talking about things like short squeezes and future valuations of tech companies. Hmm. SPX breaking down from here. Uh, Getting there, but not quite yet. I don't think there's, I mean, there's not a lot of support at this level, but we can just get kind of stuck here and trade flat. It's so true. Everybody's a market genius. You can just look at the Pores chat, and when they're all like, I've got so many fucking calls, there's no way this can go tits up. Let's fucking go bull market back, right? And then that's probably the best time to buy puts. Or they start saying things like, haha, Gherk's puts. Imagine being short the market right now. Stuff like that. It's always been a great indicator for GME, in my experience. With all the zero GT interest around the price, is going to bleed this out for the rest of the day. It's very possible. I don't know what you want, turd. I mean, you do know that there's a game where you simulate driving trucks, and people just do that all day. In your opinion, do you think GME flag on daily interval breaks upwards or downwards? Don't look very good, does it? It's not really a flag. It just gapped up from earnings. I mean, it was a flag like the first day. Like Wednesday after earnings, it was a flag. And then that broke. Rug pull vibes on SPX. Still looks kind of flat. I think a little more up before we see any down. Maybe I'm wrong, but SPX just doesn't particularly look like anything right now. It's really got no momentum. Dark T-bond futures are rocketing again.
Five, four, three, two, one, zero. All engine running. Liftoff. We have a liftoff.
That's right. It's fucking power hour, guys. Let's go. Woo! Yeah, feel it. Fuck yeah. All right, back at 4087.73. Penis. Boom. Just like that. It's MOASS time? It's whatever time you want it to be. I've been asleep most of the day. Any big data coming up? No, not really. Ah, fuck. I need to start doing this drunk or something. If the market's gonna get this fucking boring for the next few weeks, I gotta do something else. This is rough. Mushrooms? Maybe. I'm not prepared to stream cooking. Also, my stove in my apartment is like slightly larger than a toaster oven. You have an air fryer? Fuck no. Just get an array of $40 induction burners on a table and a bunch of cast iron skillets. I suppose I could do that. A few plants and an oversized salt lamp can turn your apartment into an enchanted trading cave full of love and positive vibes. Sometimes I really hate you, man. Like, so much. And then I think, like, maybe he'll just leave, and then you're still there. Stream idea: do product reviews on the random things you buy from Amazon. I don't buy random things from Amazon. Can you let us watch you make eggplant parm? No. I don't want to drive out to fucking Long Island and set up cameras. If AI is banned, Stefan will have to work. Stefan's gonna end up in jail for like illegally using GPU processing power to run his like black market version of Chat GPT. And like, guys, I was just writing product copy. Do a knife making channel? I should. My friend has more subscribers than me, and he has one video. Sorry, 3 videos. He has 3 videos. All of them were filmed in one take. And he's just sharpening one knife. He made a different video for each grade of stone, stropped it, and then at the end he cuts a piece of paper. 3 videos in. I'm not plugging his YouTube. Fuck him. Just set up an OnlyFans already so we can stop this charade. I'll really have to hit the gym first. Air fryers are just toaster ovens. Stop calling them air fryers. You can't fry with air. One knife? Shut up and take my money. Who's your friend so you can subscribe to make your viewership count get more mad comparatively? Nope. If you want to get popular, you know what you have to do. Crank up the drawings and silliness. Ah. I'll have you know that I've moved on from Chat GPT for sales copy to Chat GPT for writing my entire newsletter flow and special deals with clickbait titles that bypass Google spam filters. Good for you. You should change your channel to Shill Bobby as a prank for a few weeks, or the OnlyFans option. Both will make white. Do a rower stream? I don't want to know. And if you plug your friend, we can ruin his channel then with the cult? That's true. But he hasn't made a video in like 4.5 years. A guy from Long Island just moved here and works next to me. Did they all talk like that? Yes. That's why I don't want to live there. 4 months of dieting and exercising, it'd be good to go. Yeah, I know, but I'm lazy. It's not that I can't do it. It's just that I don't want to. I worked hard to sit around, do nothing, and get fat. That's the American dream. Your ancestors would literally kill to have that opportunity. If you went back to the 1500s and told someone, listen, in the future, even the poors can be obese, you would blow their fucking minds. Challenge you to do 20 push-ups a day on stream? So you're just trying to get me to do the OnlyFans content for free? Nice try, bro. I like how the video disappeared from the screen and now it's creeping back in. I just didn't want to watch the upside, you know? Why do that to myself? That's America's greatest accomplishment. Even people with a poverty level income can be fat as fuck. Can you recommend a good food processor? How much do you want to spend, Barry? I'll tell you, it's really Cuisinart unless you want to drop like $1,300. Obese and living to 60 is better than everyone dying of cholera at 24. That's a huge leap. My fear of dropping $1,300 on a food processor is that I will only use it once and then it just collects dust. Yes, actually, I can confirm. I don't know, bro. I peaked in middle school. Not to mention, like, 60% of the women dying in childbirth. Oh, yeah, that too. A salad spinner, but with knives shoved in it, should also work. Don't do that. Nobody, don't listen to him. Robot cube, yeah, those are like top of the line ones. They're really expensive though, and totally fucking unnecessary for home cooking. And not having to squeeze out like 6 babies to get one that survives longer than 6 months. It's crazy. It's crazy how different it is. You know, even like in the 19 like late 19th and early 20th century, right? You look at places like Ireland, right? Like fucking the death rate for children was like 50%. It was like half of the kids you had dead. From damp or whatever the fuck happens in Ireland. I don't know. Lack of potato. You can shred cheese in a good food processor. You're welcome. Or you could just make a clump of like a cheese ball. Too much sun, whooping cough. 100% of my kids are alive. See, that's not abnormal anymore. Well, unless you send them to school in the US. Too soon? Maybe. If I had just spent 10K on all the things I want instead of GME, Rev, Upstart, and Fubo calls, I'd probably be happier. Would you be, though? What would you have done with the other 2 years of your life? I send my kids down the shower drain at least once a week. No, we have a problem, right? And that problem is not unarmed teachers. Just, if anyone's going to go down that road, let me stop you right in your tracks. Nobody making 40 grand a year is going to protect your children from a shooter, right? It's just not going to happen. After the UVailed thing, right? We already know that the people making 75,000 a year to protect your children also aren't going to protect your children. Cops definitely get paid more than teachers. It's really weird that people want to arm teachers, but also stop them from reading bad books to the kids. I feel like it's only a matter of time before an armed teacher shoots children. And then it's like, oh fuck, we gave the teachers guns. Like it's a very like Terminator type scenario. So you're saying the kids need their own guns. That could never go badly, right? I'm a teacher. What am I supposed to do with a gun? I don't know. Threaten people for not doing their homework? You could mug your students. Arm the lunch ladies. Fuck no. No. I wonder what artificial intelligence's solution is. I don't care if they do their homework. I get paid the same. But they think you care. Boston Dynamics presents The Teacher. I love all the videos to show how kids can cheat using Chat GPT. The next generation are going to be idiots. Probably. And maybe we need artificial intelligence. It's going to do, I mean, whatever it chooses, it's going to be better, right? I've told them I don't. They will just get crushed on the test and they'll have fewer things to grade when they drop. Nice. It's illegal for you to talk about boys that like boys, but here's your gun to run the class with. Oh, man. This is why I don't go outside, you know? There's nothing out there. Hey, look, a milestone chat. I cannot believe I'm watching Pickle-themed financial edutainment all day, every day for 14 months. I know, right? It's good content. As long as I'm slightly awake. Complete lack of thinking for themselves, and they get suicidal when pushed. Who? There's something out there that's just scary. No, it's not scary. It's boring. I've seen it. Didn't our teachers think we just cheat with calculators? We'll never carry one in our pocket. AI will be a thing that's just ever present in the future, whether we like it or not. Yeah, I mean, that's kind of like the idea that, like, somehow, like, universal income would stymie innovation. And I don't think that's true. I think there's people that will always want to innovate, whether it be for the greater good or for capitalistic competitive reasons. ChatGPT solves gun violence in America by proposing to ban guns. Every other country in the world rolls eyes. Does it? In my opinion, people learn the tools needed to survive in the times they live. ChatGPT is a tool for now. But what happens when it turns you into a tool, Stefan? Maybe it already has. Hmm. UPI is only bad because billionaires would have to pay 1% more tax. I once had a chemistry teacher in high school who had a gun. I think he took it out of the cartel in a blaze of glory before falling victim to cancer. He left behind 2 kids and a wife. Okay, that's the theme of a TV show. I'm watching Pickle Financial while working at my fake job as a trucker. I can't back it in, so I need to switch to Flight Simulator. Isn't that the movie with Liam Neeson? No. It's the guy with it's the movie with the show with the dad from Malcolm in the Middle. Can we talk about Breaking Bad for a minute? I feel like Breaking Bad isn't talked about nearly enough on this stream, like it is everywhere else on the internet. It wasn't that good. All right. I'm gonna be honest. Like there were parts of Breaking Bad that were pretty good. Then there were other parts of Breaking Bad, most of it, that was shit. All of the secondary characters, and yeah, that includes Jesse and his fucking annoying sobbing all the time, right? Were terrible. His fucking his baby crying all the time. His fucking brother and sister-in-law, really? His wife, awful. His older son, also terrible. Like there wasn't another character on that show besides Saul Goodman and the old guy that were any good. Hank didn't get killed soon enough, in my opinion. Mike Ehrmantraut. Salamanca? Gus Fring was pretty cool. All the women they wrote on the show were written to be annoying. They succeeded. Have you watched Better Call Saul? Yeah, I've seen it. How about the knockoff Matt Damon? The one who shoots the kid? And then it becomes like the entire like core of the show for like 2 seasons. Of course they shot the fucking kid. He caught them offloading massive amounts of chemicals in the desert to make meth with. Like if you walk up to a drug deal, a murder, a robbery, expect to be shot. That's what criminals do to witnesses, right? Why was everyone's like so shocked about it? It was like ongoing theme for the next 2 fucking seasons of the show. It was like, I'm so stressed out because they shot this fucking kid on a dirt bike. Really? After they've sold thousands of pounds of methamphetamine? That's the thing that they're gonna get morally hung up on? My tummy hurts. Is it killing the kid was a factor of how their operation spiraled into failure? Yeah, everything goes to shit because they killed that kid. To be fair, your favorite show has spent 2 years with lines going slightly up and down to the right. I don't think you should be a critic. Fair. That's pretty fair. It was a white kid. A brown kid had been shot earlier in the show. See, I didn't even know that. That's how little they explored that storyline. That's not true. They explored that storyline very deeply. I don't remember it at all. Was that his like girlfriend's? Like it was like the chick Jesse was dating, right? I vaguely remember that because after he killed Jesse's other girlfriend, was that which one died first? Was it Jessica Jones? Jessica Jones died first. Why did Jesse keep dating people if he was going to get them killed? To advance the plot. I was debating if I wanted to watch Breaking Bad for years. Thank you for saving me time. There were so many opportunities for it to be a better show. Mods on Parade. Fake Matt Damon. And like Mike with Little Bow Bow. Like Mike. I don't remember that movie. I remember Little Bow Wow. He was on like Nickelodeon. The truly sad thing is that even with the flaws, it's still better than 99% of other TV shows. I still haven't seen the last season of Game of Thrones. In your opinion, what's the best TV show? Faulty Towers. Pain plus reflection equals progress. Ray Dalio. Yeah, I don't need to listen to his quotes. Confidence comes from facing the discomfort zone every day. David Goggins. Thanks, Stefan. Yeah, IT Crowd's pretty amazing too. I grew up without a TV, and the first TV show we watched as a family was It's Always Sunny. Funny explaining to my mom what a gorilla mask is. Always Sunny's pretty great. Blackadder is amazing. I mean, those are comedy, though. I guess they don't really. I mean, they don't really apply in this situation. Justified? Remind me what it was. I probably watched it. You know, it was an amazing fucking TV show that was canceled far too soon. Shit. I can't think of the name of it. Hold on. Oh yeah, okay. Firefly, whatever. Firefly has not aged well. Okay. And they got a movie afterwards. Santa Clarita Diet. That's what it was called. That show was fucking awesome. I was so pissed they canceled it. Is this gonna fucking fail yet, Dork? This is bullshit. Walk-in Texas Ranger. I've never seen Billions. Sorry, Greg, I'm a regard. How do I buy options data on TV? I think you have to go to, if you go in, like, the top left, you go to Home. No. Profile? Or account and billing? Yeah. You go to account and billing, and then you go to add extra market data. And then for futures, you need CME group. I've seen Curb Your Enthusiasm, and I do love it. It hits a little too close to home sometimes, but I do love it. I hate Seinfeld, which he also wrote. Taskmaster? Where do I find that? I mean, I'll watch it. I'll DM you. Okay, I'll check it out. I just started watching Punk'd. FYI, Netflix is taking New Girl off in a week or two. Oh no. I fucking love Greg Davies. Are you straddling today? I'm trying to figure out my upside hedge for tomorrow. I'm out of all my calls I grabbed today. Some are April 10s. Do I get back in with a plan to not hold them over the long weekend? P.S. Billions is also cheesy, but better than margin call. Okay, I am straddling tonight. I'm probably just going to hold the puts I have and just get some, like, at-the-money calls. Like 40-90. That way I can cover, like, if there's, like, a small pop tomorrow or something. Yeah. Greg Davies is the Taskmaster? Okay. I love Trailer Park Boys. Check out Arcane. Yeah, a bunch of people said that was really good. I haven't watched it yet. I've seen Deadwood. Literally anything's better than margin call. Yeah, no problem, NW. Man Show? Ah, God. I never really watched it. I was like a kid when that was out. Why are we having this conversation? We all know Girk's favorite TV show is Touched by an Angel. This hits 4089.50. I'm going to part port into 4085p's. Nice. Father Ted is old but funny. Hmm. The Wire? Yeah. I mean, like, probably one of my favorite, like, serious TV shows. If not maybe my favorite. It's up there. It might be my favorite. The Wire is just amazing. Some of it hasn't aged well, and the fourth season was meh, but I never really watched Hey Arnold. I believe the USA is currently making a huge pivot towards mental health awareness. If you want to invest long term in mental health improvement, how would you go about doing so? I don't know. Maybe get outdoors more, see a therapist, really open up about my problems to the public. Jimmy's arbitrage cleared after the rebound. I mean, it's kind of just dragging up with the market right now. I really don't know what its arbitrage looks like today. I didn't check. No, still pretty negative. A $5 chop is mind numbing. Yeah, it is. I wish they would just cure cancer so I could go back to smoking cigarettes. I finally got around to watching The Wire a few months ago. I felt like the second season was the meh one. Huh. Interesting. Okay. Monk was great too. I mean, I'm just not like really into procedural mysteries where the same thing happens over and over and over again. I will say Monk did it a little better because there were some like continuous story elements, but do you still have leaps on BTU? Yeah, a few, not many, but a few. It's like a good old fashioned NVIDIA rip into close. I mean, it's just like holding like $5 above gamma neutral. I really don't think NVIDIA looks all that impressive today, to be honest. And the market's starting to sell off, which is dope. It looks like ES is failing that triple top test. Maybe now we break down below 4112. That'd be awesome. Looking pretty bearish. Yep.
Hmm. Coming back? What's it gonna do? Jimmy's IV, no low, no more vol shorts, no more fucking call buyers. I never saw Dexter. I saw Eastbound and Down. I didn't like it that much. What percent gain do you target on GME-CCs? You usually hold until expiration if they're safe. I mean, if they're out of the money, yeah. I'll take profits on in the money ones at like, I don't know, 50%. Sometimes you need more Theta, Draxx. Yep, it would appear that way. Jesus fucking Christ. We're trading in like a $2 range. Nice clown candles on NVIDIA. Is Upstart clearing FTDs? I don't know. We haven't seen a lot of in the money call activity, I don't think. I'd say Upstart's probably racking up FTDs. Hmm. 191 million buy side imbalance on the SPY. Are you a fan of food related shows? If so, do you like more competition based or educational based? I don't really watch like a lot of food TV. I went through a period at the beginning of the pandemic where I was watching it all the time. And I got really burned out on it. I liked like Chopped for a little while, but then like all the competition cooking shows are just so overly dramatized and like they ridiculous, you know? Like I don't want to watch people cook like fucking beef with gummy worms. I don't give a shit if they can pull it off or not. I have the data now. How do I look up my option? The fuck are you talking about? Ozark's been recommended to me. I've never seen it though. I like Jason Bateman. I'll probably watch it at some point.
What's your favorite animated series of all time? The like Batman cartoon series and Darkwing Duck. No, Pokemon sucked. Oh, Angry Beavers was so good. I forgot about Angry Beavers. I'm replacing it with Angry Beavers. Both of them. No, Batman the Animated Series was actually insane. It was like really well done. DuckTales is fucking awesome too. Tailspin? Animaniacs was really you know what's interesting about Animaniacs is if you like go back and watch it, A, it was definitely not made for children. B, it's actually really well written. You know, I never watched Gargoyles. Pinky and the Brain was part of Animaniacs. I can't even get a partial fill on my .01 bid. Why? There's a bid limit of like 5 cents on most securities. I don't know how the fuck you would be able to even place an order at .01. Greg, I need your advice. I was offered an interview for a job. It pays 10K more, but it's 2.5 hour interview and probably going to be a lot of work. Should I decline the interview? That's up to you. Do you need a job? Do you like more money? Do you like more money? And is that more money worth 2.5 hours? Can you make $10,000 in 2.5 hours any other way? Courage the Cowardly Dog. You know, I never liked it much, but I'll admit that it was pretty good. It's just not my thing. Hey, so is Rev for sure dead, or is there a chance? I think it's dead. I mean, I don't know. Do you want to wait and see if Perelman comes swinging in and saves the day at the last minute? That seems like a lot of hopium. Do you remember Street Sharks? You know what? Vaguely. Invader Zim was better than Courage. I mean, to be in my defense, I was never an emo or goth girl in high school. So, um I was just not that into those shows. Thoughts on Love, Death, and Robots? Some of them are cool, some of them are just weird. You would make a cute goth girl. Thanks, Black Pine. SQQQ 40 strike for May, any good? Really need the market to come down pretty hard, huh? Another month, another dollar to dad. Thanks, Jeff. With the market stupidity, especially Nvidia, I've pulled all my money out and I'm sitting on cash. Can you tell me when the market is gonna crash? Maybe blink once or twice. Love you. Um, uh, yeah, the best way to tell is just set an alert on SPX at like 3,500. And if that alert goes off, then you know. I did say Upstart wasn't going to run today. Favorite stand-up comedians? Hmm. Lewis Black, George Carlin, uh, Bill Burr's sometimes funny, sometimes just angry. Um, hmm. Robin Williams, yeah, Robin Williams was pretty funny. Patrice O'Neill was the shit. Kashkari's Infinite Liquidity. Biker Mice from Mars was awesome. Are you expecting any Is This MOASS questions on GME next week? Danke. No? Ricky Gervais is pretty funny. I don't really like Mitch Hedberg that much. I mean, he had some funny shit, and I understand like his importance to stand-up comedy, but I don't think he was that funny. Do you like Will Smith? You know, not for a long time. Some of Eric Andre's shit's pretty funny. No, I never listened to Opie and Anthony. Ah, what a fun end of day. Futures, after an entire day of fucking nothing, moves back in one last valiant effort to retest 4120, and it still fails to do so. Fucking pathetic. Maybe if all these assholes would stop being so fucking bullish for no fucking reason. Can you ban the Continental? His opinion on Andrew Dice Clay has me triggered, and it's walking. I mean, you could have just said the last part. I know it's walking. Cat Williams? Cat Williams, like his first two like stand-up specials I liked a lot. I didn't really see much that he did after that. Does he still do stand-up? What about Key and Peele? Key and Peele was just the Chappelle Show, but not funny. As a former member of the Pigeon Whale Society, I want the boards to know that there's a secret Pigeon Whale subchat on the Discord that has a table of contents of secret phrases and lurks Gherk gives during trading hours for when to buy and sell that change weekly. Oh, fuck you for paper handing, Petzl, you son of a bitch. Upstart is up 33% since GME earnings. Okay. You could just say $4. Ding ding. The day is done. The boredom is finally over. I guess we'll see what happens tomorrow. I have a feeling that the lack of important data into tomorrow is going to lead to some upside potential before we move into the weekend, but mostly that's based on the fact that VIX got absolutely fucking crushed today. Thank you guys so much for tuning in. And I will see you bright and early tomorrow morning. Have a good night.